20 or 30-second delay. Sound check. And let me go to YouTube. Click my live stream. Yes, it is muted. Control. Now let's go to Twitter. Home. Doing a YouTube live stream now. / delete. It appears. Tweet. Let's go to Trading View. My status. Doing a YouTube live stream now. Let me copy that. Now let me go to Discord. Premium chat, I posted in there. David only, posted in there. Public chat, posting it there. Public charts TA, posting it there. Alright. Let's give it a couple of more minutes. Develop. Alright. Hear ya. Sounds okay. Yeah, I was away from the mic. Meaning I was over here doing stuff like this instead of right here talking right at the charts like I would normally be, so the sound may be fine whenever I'm facing my 55-inch OLED here for my analysis. But we'll wait a few more minutes for some people to arrive. Let me pop out chat. Stretch down. Let me move OBS right there. All right. Again, we're waiting a few more minutes. I'm just drinking some coffee before we get started. Waiting on some others to arrive. Hope everyone's been doing okay today. I've been rather busy working on conditions for scripts. And I want to do my best to try to make sure this one is as close to what I deem right, is as close to right as possible before investing a lot of time actually writing out the script. Won't really be hard, it's just tedious and a lot of lines of script. It could be anywhere between 2,500 and 3,000 lines for the short script, 2,500 to 3,000 lines for the long script. I don't know, we'll see. That's what all I drink, black coffee. That's it. Hey, welcome, Granddaddy. All right, let's see. On my end, I see we have 5 at the moment. We're still waiting a little bit longer. 9 views. There's 6 here currently now. Wait and see if we get a few more before I get started. You're seeing 9 watching on your end? Huh. I see that we've had 12 views and 7 currently watching on my end. Interesting. No. We'll go ahead and pull up some other charts too while we're waiting. Let's get S&P. It's so weird how we never see the same amount of people viewing as you, David. Yeah, it's a bit weird, but as long as people are viewing and I'm not here for nothing is all that matters to me. If we only had 3 or 4 viewing it, hell, if I only had 1 viewing right now, I would be doing it because I know people can watch the recording of this. This is the S&P 500. I did do a YouTube video. When I say a YouTube, actually it was a TradingView video that I did at first, but TradingView has been having issues with uploading video publications the last couple of weeks for whatever reason, and today it's gotten even worse. It won't upload at all, period. I did download the 20-minute video I created and uploaded it to YouTube. However, it's only like 380p. That's it. I'm like, my goodness gracious. So I was trying to do another video publication, but from my PC instead of my laptop, to see if that might make a difference. No difference at all. It would not upload. So I decided instead I would do a YouTube live stream, so that's why we're here now, a YouTube live stream. Let me take a swig of coffee, then I'll start talking first. S&P 500. I'll basically repeat some stuff that I did in the previous video, 20-minute video that did not upload on TradingView, but I did download what I created that was only 360 or 380p on the resolution and uploaded it to YouTube, but the visual quality I'm sure was not that great. Alright, this is our distribution schematic for S&P 500. Just to point out something here real quick. I've mentioned it before in a previous live stream, but we'll do it again. Repetition is key. Let's go to BTC, USD. Accumulation training, lower time frames. normally I plot my distribution and accumulation schematics using the 3-day time frame, but this is the 12-hour time frame. So I say again, normally I do it with the 3-day, but this is the 12-hour. Alright, this here, preliminary support range, buying climax, automatic reaction, second test of supply, exponential reaction, test of supply, simple reaction, test of supply, simple reaction, test of supply in phase C, because whenever we came back down, we did not come back up again near this range. Instead, this was the last point of supply to fall down finally with a sign of weakness. What would have defined it as a sign of weakness? It coming down below this level right here. I really should have moved this right here before we went where we went sideways before going up. This was our preliminary supply range, and technically that was not the buying climax. This was the buying climax, followed by an automatic reaction, followed by a second test of supply that can be higher than the buying climax, just as the second test of support can be lower in after a selling climax in accumulation, as was the case here. This sign of weakness in phase E of distribution was also acting as our selling climax in phase A of accumulation, followed by an automatic rally back to this preliminary support range where we went sideways. We came back to that preliminary support range, fell back down again with a second test of support. And note, this second test of support was lower than the selling climax. Alright, so do not assume there's some rule where the second test of support cannot be lower than the selling climax. Yes, it can. Just as I don't want you to assume that a second test of supply, here we had a buying climax, automatic reaction, second test of supply, we're not to assume that whatever the highest point is, that must be your buying climax. No, no. This was our buying climax right here. This was our second test of supply, where we ended up going up a little bit higher before supply then revealed itself. We came down with an exponential reaction, is what I would rather call that, instead of an automatic. And by the way, that's not the automatic reaction. This was. Simple reaction. Is what that is labeled as, but that needs to be an exponential reaction. That's not a sign of weakness. It's not a sign of weakness until we can close substantially below the lower boundary of this preliminary supply range. Here we close substantially below it right here, even wicked, even lower. Alright, so that was our first sign of weakness in phase D, followed by an up thrust, followed by a higher low, followed by an up thrust last point of supply. You could call that a exponential reaction, followed by an up thrust, higher low, last point of supply, not an up thrust last point of supply. Alright, that's looking at it on a very small scale using the 12-hour. But when looking at the 3-day, however, if you had this in the 3-day, all of this right here would look as the preliminary supply range, not just here, not just this little bit, but all of this where actually phase D was not met until here. So if I were to go to this chart, let's say BTC, actually I might, is it BLX? Let me make sure. No, it's not, it's BTC. That one. This is the 3-day time frame. In the 3-day time frame, doing it on the 3-day is actually a little easier, but actually this right here was not an exponential reaction. I mean, was not a sign of weakness in the 3-day, because this was your preliminary supply range with a huge buying climax, automatic reaction, second test of supply, simple reaction, test of supply, if you're looking at it in the 12-hour. Buying climax, simple reaction. Oops, I accidentally moved. Let me get that back. Automatic reaction was down to right here. Second test of supply, simple reaction, test of supply, exponential reaction, that's not a sign of weakness, followed by another test of supply, but we came to the lower boundary of, in other words, we quickly created 2 tiers, 2 levels of distribution here, just as we created 2 tiers of accumulation here. But I'm not going to get into all of that here. I do get into more details on the website about how 2 tiers of distribution can be created and 2 tiers of accumulation can be created. Like this was phase C right here, our Wyckoff spring, and phase C right here. But there was 2 tiers of accumulation. Most of your accumulation occurred in this upper tier, upper level. The lower tier was mainly used for liquidation purposes. We liquidated shorts here when we took it up. Then again, anytime we were in the lower tier, it wasn't for a very long period of time, but we came down into it again for liquidation purposes, where we liquidated longs here, then we liquidated shorts, coming back up. So just as you can have 2 tiers, 2 levels of accumulation, you can also have 2 tiers, 2 levels of distribution. I'm not going to get into too much detail here other than this, just to point out that our first sign of weakness in phase D was not until here. Excuse me. It was, no, excuse me. That's why I took it down to the 12-hour. I remember why I did that now. Remember why I did that now. Because that schematic was so complex, I remember why I did that now. And I remember now why I did. Y'all remember I did move this earlier? This yellow or orange horizontal ray. I moved it up to there. But I remember now why I had it here, to help people understand the 3-day better. This was our preliminary supply range before going up with a buying climax. But bottom line is, this was our supply range, preliminary supply range. We need to close below the lower boundary for it to be considered a sign of weakness, period. We need to close below the lower boundary of this preliminary supply range for it to qualify as a sign of weakness. We didn't do that until here. We came down, closed below it. But is the sign of weakness done yet? Because a sign of weakness is usually followed by an up thrust, where we could have a higher low followed by an up thrust last point of supply. Instead, we had a lower low, meaning that sign of weakness was not done yet, and this was not an up thrust. This was a last point of supply event before continuing down with our sign of weakness. That's what that was, right? Well, is the sign of weakness done here yet? Because it's usually followed by an up thrust. If it's followed by a higher low, which was the case here, then that sign of weakness is done. You know, if it came down to a lower low, the sign of weakness was not done, and that would have been a last point of supply before coming down even further again. But we had a higher low followed by an up thrust last point of supply event. It was actually a double top high before falling down with an exponential reaction, followed by an up thrust, higher low, up thrust last point of supply. That was kind of like a triple top before exponential reaction, followed by an up thrust, higher low, up thrust last point of supply, another smaller exponential reaction. Each high ends up getting lower and lower, and all of these were multiple up thrust, higher low, up thrust last point of supply events in phase D, as in delta. In phase D, as in delta, every single one of them. It wasn't until right here where we made our transition into phase E, as in echo. You can have multiple up thrust, higher low, up thrust last point of supply events in phase D, as in delta. Let me move this to there and delete that. All right, back to S&P 500. We needed to fall or close, below the lower boundary of this aqua horizontal ray. That identifies the lower boundary of our preliminary supply range before going up with our buying climax. All right, in order for us to have a sign of weakness, we must close below the lower boundary of this preliminary supply range. That did not occur until right here. We closed below the lower boundary. Here's the lower boundary. We close below it. Below the lower boundary. All right, when we close below it, is this sign of weakness done yet? Well, we need two things to occur to find out. First thing, we got an up thrust. Do we get a higher low or a lower low? We got a lower low. Therefore, that was a last point of supply event. That was not an up thrust followed by a higher low followed by an up thrust last point of supply. We didn't get that right there because the sign of weakness was not done yet. It fell lower. It fell lower. Then we got an up thrust. When we got a higher low instead of lower low, we know the sign of weakness was likely complete, and it's usually followed up by an up thrust last point of supply event, especially in phase D as in delta. That's then followed up by an exponential reaction where we go all the way back down to where we came up from. Now, as far as where candles close, there's no reason really for me to get the exact price on there. I'm not going to bother doing that. We've already closed below our lowest close of our first sign of weakness. So this one is to be held highly suspect as the beginning of a sign of weakness, rather than, in other words, we come back down to or near the lower boundary of a preliminary supply range where we went sideways here before going up. Actually, there's all kind of multiple supply ranges. You actually could have said that all of that was from here, this lowest close, all of this sideways before legging up. And when you see that one, where where did I have that yellow line coming from? Oh, that's a fib. That's where that yellow line is coming from. All right. Let's make that a different color. The yellow line is a fib. Here's the level for the fib, 3610. Yeah, I still think that's to be held highly suspect at the beginning of another sign of weakness, meaning immediately that this may turn out not just to be an exponential reaction, but transition straight into phase E from phase D to phase E with a sign of weakness. That is possible, rather than doing multiple, when I say rather than doing multiple, let's get a triangle. I'm just going to the closes. Are we going to have multiple upthrust last point of supply events? Or we come back up again, oops, after a higher low, or will we go potentially straight into continuing down with a sign of weakness? Is it done yet? It should be followed by an up thrust, followed by a higher low. It may not be done yet and keep falling. But you know, that is possible there. That is very possible there. We're going to look at the indicators here shortly, but this scenario right here is certainly possible here. Will they want to still try to keep it up before the election? The plunge protection team. Well, if they did another up thrust last point of supply event, I mean, if we get a higher low followed by an up thrust last point of supply event that's lower than the previous up thrust last point of supply event, just like what I showed you for Bitcoin, before then having an exponential reaction transitioning into a sign of weakness, but that puts it in April 2023. Based on what everything is going on at the moment, politically, geopolitically, socially, financially, economically, I mean, you name it, what all is going on at the moment, I'm still kind of leaning towards something potentially like this, but maybe not down that quick, that soon. What date is this? That's December. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, I could see that. That's after the election. Yeah, I could definitely see that. Here's December 2nd. I could definitely see that. this is certainly possible, y'all. Just thinking about it politically, geopolitically, financially, economically, and socially. What's going on in every country around the world right now. Inflation, all kinds of crap going on right now. Inflation in many currencies, which is basically causing even more current fiat currency battles. And they're going to be blaming Bitcoin and other cryptocurrencies as being the guilty party of messing up their fiat scam monetary system. All right, now let's get to the indicators. Oh, it may eventually go down to 1800 or lower. I'm just talking about where's the next step down. More than likely where a sign of weakness may complete, and then they may want to make it look like an automatic rally of accumulation. Like this sign of weakness is also in distribution is also a selling climax in phase A of accumulation, followed by an automatic rally, second test of support, simple rally, test of support, simple rally. Kind of go sideways here for a moment, thinking it's about to go up with a sign of strength, when in reality it's about to fall right back down again and then do another sign of weakness. We don't know what we don't know until we know it, but right now I'm still kind of leaning more towards this, and we're going to see why when we look at the indicators. All right, that's the immediate group, that's the short-term group. Here's the near-term group. Excuse me, I thought that was the near-term group. That's the mid-term group. Here's the near-term group. All right. And what's my gamma set on? 5. Let me also increase the font size, increase the font size, increase the font size. Alright, as I was mentioning in the 360p TradingView upload that I uploaded to YouTube, the yellow K line in the 2-day time frame is the highest time frame. Number one, that's the highest time frame in your high time frame scalping. That's the highest time frame that should be used if you're high time frame scalping. And it just so happened our highest time frame at that time of the time frames used for high time frame scalping, 40 of them, actually 39 of them. Our absolute highest time frame that we use for high time frame scalping, the K line has triggered. In what way, what fashion? It has gone above level 80. It's gone above level 80. Level 80 is right here. The K line, that's the yellow line. It went above level 80 right there. And sometimes it gets to that, as far as you might have to wait a little bit longer before you can open a short if you're scalping, if you're high time frame scalping. But let's half the 2-day to 24 hour. Then let's half the 24 hour to 12 hour. The 12 hour only requirement is the green is going down. And when it's going down, is it less than level 80? Yes, it is. Let's go and put an orange vertical timeline there. A yellow vertical time, it's orange. Okay, let's make it yellow. Our green was going down here. It needs to be going down and less than level 80, which is right there. First and foremost. in the 12 hour. That's the only conditions for the highest time frame of 5 time frames we're about to use. How do we determine what 5 time frames to use? That depends on the K line. What is the highest time frame in which the K line is above level 20, above level 80? What's the highest time frame in which the K line is above level 80 to help me determine when am I going to attempt opening a short position? At this particular time, the 2-day time frame was the highest time frame. That's the highest time frame in the script. All right. Half 2 days to 24 hours. Half 24 hours to 12 hours. All right. By the way, the highest time frame is the 24 hour. 5 time frames. 5 time frames. The 2-day, cut that in half to 24 hour. All that we're going to use is the green has to be falling and is less than 80 in the 24 hour. I was about to mess up there. Yes, the green is falling. That's all that matters. That is falling and it's less than level 80 when falling. Check, check. All right, that's the 24 hour. Now, that's the first time frame of our 5 time frames. How do we get the first? Well, first, our K line in the 2-day was above level 80. We cut that in half to get the first time frame of our 5 time frames. When we cut it in 2 days in half, that's 1 day or 24 hours, which only has this limited requirement to open a short. The green is falling, and when falling is less than 80. Green is falling, and when falling is less than 80. That's the requirement. Now let's go from 24 hour to 12 hour to get our second time frame of 5 time frames that will be used to determine when to open a short. All right, I need my green falling. It is in the 12 hour. I did have the K line needs to be less than the D line and less than 90. I may be removing the K line and D line from the requirement for when to open and just only go by the Phoenix ARI, along with the green line and the red line. The green line, red line, and Phoenix ARI. So let's just do that for now. The green line was the only requirement in the 24 hour. Now we're in the 12 hour where we will use all necessary indicators and their requirements to determine if the conditions are met. Well, I did have the green line, the red line, the K line, the D line, and the ARI. Right now I'm live testing and back testing. Well, let's just use the green line, red line, and ARI. Let's cut out the stochastic RSI. And in this case, just the green line, red line, and ARI. Well, I need the green line falling to less than 80. Check. The red line's less than 90. Check. Is the ARI less than 80? No, we can't check that box, so we're not ready to open that short yet right there. That won't be until right here in this 12-hour candle. Well, where in this 12-hour candle did our ARI fall below level 80? It wasn't right here. Wasn't right here. It's more than likely up somewhere around in here. We'll likely see where that was when we go to lower time frames, because now we need to cut our 12-hour in half. Let's go to the 6-hour. All right, now we're in the 6-hour. Remember, the 12-hour begun right there, where the 12-hour has 2 6-hour candles. What's the requirement now? I need the green line falling and less than 80 when falling. It is. The red line's less than 90. It is. And the ARI is less than 80. It is. So that's check. So we already know Let's put a price point there. Is likely opened higher than where it closed, y'all, because look how low that ARI is. It likely while playing out live, it didn't just drop straight to it. It's probably going to be somewhere around the basis where you ended up opening it, where it could be. Matter of fact, the more I think about it, it's probably going to be up near where it opened, because we were already down near level 80 when we were right here. Probably the very moment that we went to the next candle, that ARI was already going below level 80. Excuse me, yeah, going below level 80 there in the 6 hour. So in the 12 hour, green's falling, red is less than 90, ARI is less than 80. In the 6 hour, green is falling, less than 80 while falling, and ARI red line is less than 90, and the ARI is less than 80 in the 6 hour. Now the 3 hour, green line is falling, less than 80 while falling, the red line is less than 90, the ARI is falling, it needs to be falling, and it's less than 80 in all of those in the 3 hour. And I guarantee you at the open of that 3 hour, which was half of the 6 hour, remember that now, at the open of that, you know, the ARI in the 3 hour has been below level 80 since back here, but we would not have opened a short until like the 6 hour and 12 hour, where they would have actually triggered. That would have been, let's see, in what time? That's at 9:30. So it would actually have to be maybe here, but let me see. Let me go back to the 12 hour time frame. Yeah, that 6 hour candle is within this current 12 hour candle. So now go to 3 hour. It may have been right here. And you ended up opening one here. I mean closing when it came up. You likely ended up closing it and then opening it again. I'm not going to go into that detailed right now, but more than likely that short was open right in here or here. We're going to say right there in this 3 hour time frame, which is still where the ARI went, the next candle went below level 80 in the 6 hour. So around 38.29, 38.30. That's when looking at the three hour, but let's cut that in half to 90 minutes. We need the green falling. The green's not falling there. And we need the ARI falling. The ARI falling. It's not falling there. It's not falling until here, so it was still going up here. Let's go back to the 6 hour. We're still on that same candle, even though we're in the 90 minute. Green's falling, and now the ARI is falling. When it turned red, that means it's falling. When it turns green, that means it's rising. In most cases, when it changes the color, like from yellow to orange or yellow to green, yellow to orange or red, that's falling. It goes from yellow to green, it is rising. So it would have been there in the 90 minute. All right. The 90 minute time frame was one time frame. Let's double that. 90 minute to 3 hours. That's 2 time frames. Let's double 3 hours. 3 hour to 6 hour. That's our 3rd time frame. Let's double the 6 hour to 12 hours, which was our 4th time frame. Let's double the 12 hour to 24 hour, which was our 5th time frame. However, that highest time frame, the 24-hour, the only condition it had was the green is falling and less than 80 while falling. That was it. The ARI did not have to be below level 80 for the highest time frame of our 5 time frames. The 4 lowest time frames of our 5 time frames, the ARI has to be below level 80. Green must be falling, less than 80 while falling. Red line must be less than 90. And the ARI must be falling and less than 80 when falling. And that's for the 4 lowest time frames of our 5 time frames. How do we know what 5 time frames to choose? That depends on the K line. When opening a short, what's the highest time frame in which the K line is greater than 80? Whatever time frame that is in which the K line is greater than 80, I'm going to cut that time frame in half to come up with my first time frame, which is the highest time frame of my 5 time frames I'm going to use to open a short, in this case with the K line above level 80 in the 2-day. What if the K line was below level 20 in the 2-day? Well, then it would be the 2-day is the highest time frame of the time frames used for high time frame scalping. That's the highest time frame in which the K line was below level 20. Therefore, I'm going to cut that in half to 24 hours. That green line needs to be rising and greater than 20 in the 24-hour before I even think about opening in a long position. Now I'm putting it in reverse. But the K line helps me determine what 5, gets me started to determining what 5 time frames we're going to use to open a trade. We're only going to use 1 time frame to close a trade, but we have to know what time frame, how to choose that 1 time frame when closing a trade. I think I got into that in that short 20-minute video that's only 360p, 380p resolution. It was uploaded from, or created on TradingView, then uploaded to YouTube. Terrible resolution quality. All right, but note that when I say note that I've taken out, the premium subscribers know what I'm talking about. My premium subscribers to my website, where I also had the requirement, the yellow K line must be below the magenta D line as well. Well, it's not, is it? When looking at this 90-minute time frame, it's not. Even right here, it's not. You see right here, 6.91, the yellow is higher than the magenta over here to the right. The yellow's higher than magenta, then you automatically know the yellow K line is still greater than the D line, not less than the D line. So can't open that short yet. Again, that's why I'm thinking at least for opening and for closing trades, for opening and for closing, not going to use the stochastic RSI, which consists of the yellow K line and the magenta D line. Those two. I'm not going to use them for opening and closing. I will use the K line to determine what time frames I need to use to open and close. That's the only thing I'll use the K line for now. At least that's the way I'm kind of leaning at the moment. That's the way I'm kind of leaning at the moment. So where the K line is still used, is the D line needed of the stochastic RSI? Is the D line needed? No. Not if all I'm using the stochastic RSI for is just the K line to see if it's above level 80 or below level 20. You know, what's the highest time frame in which it's above level 80 or below level 20? Sometimes neither, which is why you need to have a default set of time frames to open a short or a long position. Because you may have been in a long-term bear trend, you open a short in time, but conditions occurred in time frames that got you to close that short that you opened, and you made good profit on it. But we're not done yet, because it was just going sideways there for a while with multiple last point of supply events before falling down even further again. where you need to open a short again. But now you do not have the K line higher than level 80 anywhere from the 4-hour time frame all the way up to the 2-day time frame. 4 hour all the way up to the 2-day, nowhere is the K line above level 80. So you need to have a default set of time frames so that in the event you may have closed a short on the way down, made good profit, but it's about to go down again and you need to open a short again, you need 5 time frames as a default set of time frames to open a short again. But I will be getting into that on educational videos on the website. This is just a little taste of what's going on at the moment. Stuff that's been going on behind the scenes, building a script with all of this stuff in the script to automate signals, things of that sort. That's, again, what I'm working towards and trying to make it where it's just a system of requirements. Stick to those requirements. You see this, and this met, that means I do this, period, and leave emotion out of it. That's what I'm building towards. That's what I'm trying to accomplish here. I know my premium subs have heard me say that many times. Just bear with me for those who have not. Alright, but when looking at the 90-minute, we would not have opened that trade until here. I don't think it would have been there. It could have been right here, though. Let me make sure again. I'm going to move it to here in the 90-minute because the green is falling. Red's less than 90. The ARI is at 0, which is considered falling. Let's go from 90-minute to 3-hour. Our green was falling. ARI was falling. Okay, and it's less than 80 when falling. Yep. Let's go to 6-hour. Green is falling. Red line less than 90. ARI is falling. Alright, that's the 6-hour. The 12-hour, green is falling less than 80 while falling, where you see that yellow vertical timeline, and the ARI is falling and less than 80. That's in the 12-hour. The 24-hour only requirement is that the green is falling and less than 80 while falling. The 12-hour, not only do we need the green falling and less than 80 when falling, but we also need the red less than 90 and the ARI less than 80 and falling. It is. So we actually would have opened a short here, as I mentioned, but right there showing in the 90-minute time frame. Now, here's the question. When you open the short here, did it remain open while we had this wick up here? Did it remain open? Let me move this out of the way. We had this bull trap right here. Did it remain open or was it closed during that bull trap? Well, let's see. Let's have a look and see. To close that short position, what's the highest time frame in which the K line, the yellow K line, is below level 20? Let me change that to the 12-hour. All right. At that time when this had this vertical timeline here, let's change that to the 90-minute. That was at 1100 hours. Let's go to the short-term group. The 90 minutes right here. I want to make sure that's at 1100 hours. See, I have it at 1400. Let's put it at 1100 right there. All right, right there. And all of this is synced, y'all. When I say all this is synced, whenever I move this vertical timeline, you see it moves in all the other time frames. I'm going to put it right back where it was at 1100 hours. When a short was open there, what time frame is going to be used to close that short? Well, let's see what is the highest time frame at that time in which the yellow K line was less than level 80. Wouldn't y'all agree it's the 6-hour? Excuse me, it's less than level 20. I may have said 80. The yellow K line is less than level 20, which is the highest time frame in which the yellow K line is less than level 20. That would be the 6 hour. The 6 hour. What about the 7 hour? Nope, the K line's still way up here, nowhere near level 20. And I can go from the 7 hour all the way up to the 2 day. None of those have the K line less than level 20. It's the 6 hour time frame in which the K line is less than level 20. Give me about a minute and a half. I'm going to pee real quick and come right back. This coffee's running through me, y'all. I'll be right back. Take a sip of coffee. Let me make sure everybody's still there. Everyone still here. Let me go upstairs and pour some more coffee real quick. Be right back. I'm back. Pardon the delay. All right. The 6 hour time frame was the highest time frame in which the K line was below level 20. Let's cut that in half. That would be 3 hours. From 6 hours to 3 hours right here. Let's cut that in half to 90 minutes, which is right here. All right. Let's blow up the 90 minute. The condition to close that trade at the time. The condition to close it. Green rising and greater than 20. And the ARI rising and greater than 20. As far as did we have that, was the ARI above level 20 right here? It probably was, y'all. I'm quite certain I saw that it was when I was here. That was shortly after I woke up, where I saw it up there, and you would have closed the trade. You would have closed this long that was open here and may have lost a little bit. It depends on how much leverage you had too, and the size of the amount of equity you had in that position, and how much leverage you had in that position. You could have possibly got stopped out, or if using the indicators told you close the trade. All right, now, knowing that you would have closed the trade right there, not necessarily right there, it would have been right here. Let's make that blue for closing a short. We'll make that blue. But not only will we close that short, we'll open a short again. So instead of blue, let's make that orange. Let's make this one yellow, the first short yellow. We didn't just close that short right here, but we also opened a short right here again. Right here. We opened one here, closed it here, and then opened one here again, because those, I've already gone through how the conditions met here. Then I went back and showed you that our conditions actually existed here in the 90-minute. Everything met in all the higher time frames except the 90-minute right here. But right here it met conditions to open a short right here. You would have opened a short. You most certainly would have. And it would not have been long afterwards, less than 3 hours later, you would have closed that short right here and then opened a short again, because now the green's going down again. The ARI is going down in less than 80. The green is going down in less than 80. While going down in the red's less than 90 in the 90-minute. Let's double that to 3 hour. We're looking at the orange one now. Green is falling, less than 80 while falling. The ARI is falling. It's not rising. It's rising currently, but right here it's not. It was falling. It was falling again. That's where that white price tag came from, where I had it up about where that entry would have been for this candle right here instead of right here. Let's double to the 3 hour to the 6 hour to see the orange vertical timeline. The green's falling, less than 80 while falling. Red line's less than 90. ARI is falling and less than 80 while falling. That's in the 6 hour. The 12 hour, same thing. Green's falling, less than 80 while falling. ARI is falling, less than 80 while falling. The 24 hour, all that was required was the green falling and less than 80 while falling. We did not require the ARI to also be falling in less than 80 while falling in the 24 hour. The only condition in the 24 hour was the green falling. That was the 5 time frames. I'm just showing that a short would have been opened again. And we would have determined, how would we determine what time frame to use to open that short? In order for a short to be open again, what's the highest time frame in which the K line is greater than 80? What is the highest time frame in which the K line is greater than 80? Well, looking right here, the yellow K line, it's not above 80 right here. We're not looking at any time frame lower than the 4 hour. As far as is the K line greater than level 80, we're not looking at any time frame greater than the 4 hour. It's for a reason. I'll get into that in educational videos on the website. But let's go from the 8 hour to the 9 hour. Nope, K line still below level 80. Let's look at the 10 hour. Still below level 80. 11 hour. Still below level 80. It's not above level 80. It's below level 80. Let's look at the 12 hour. below level 80. Let's look at the 14 hour, below level 80. Let's look at the 16 hour, below level 80. Let's look at the 18 hour, below level 80. Let's look at the 20 hour, below level 80. Let's look at the 24 hour, below level 80. Let's look at the 2 day, still above level 80. Still above level 80. Ooh. And that's where I'm also on the script wondering as far as opening another short again in that situation. I'm going to stick to that rule. So here we are again. What's the rule? Since the K line is above level 80, if I said 20, my bad. K line is the highest time frame. What's the highest time frame of my 39 time frames I'm using for a high time frame scalp? Whether it's a short scalp or a long scalp, the highest time frame in my list of time frames is the 2 day time frame. It just so happens this 2 day time frame K line is still above level 80. Therefore, to come up with our 5 time frames to open a short again, come up with those 5. The first of those 5 will be the highest time frame of those 5, obviously. All right, so let's cut 2 days in half to 24 hours. Well, here we go again. If we cut 2 days in half to 24 hours, this is the 24-hour time frame. 24H. This is the 24-hour time frame. If we cut the 2 day in half to 24 hours, all that's required is the green line is falling and less than 80 while falling. That's it for the 24 hour. That's the only requirement, not the ARI. For the highest time frame of our 5 time frames, how do we get the first of those 5? Well, first the K line, which is the highest time frame in which the K line is above level 80 to open a short. Well, it just so happened it was the highest time frame we used, the 2 day time frame. We cut that in half for the 24 hour. That's our highest time frame where we will only use the condition of the green falling and less than 80 while falling to open a short, not the ARI. Now let's cut the 24 hour in half to 12 hour. Now, not only do we require the green falling in less than 80 while falling, we also require the ARI falling in less than 80 while falling. And we got that in the 12 hour. The 6 hour, we'll cut that in half. Green is falling less than 80 while falling. ARI is falling. We're still looking at that orange vertical timeline, by the way. But the ARI is falling in less than 80 while falling as well in the 6 hour. Let's go to the 3 hour. And you got all that at the orange diagonal B band. Even the ARI was falling right here. As far as we would have closed a short in this candle and ended up opening one again in this same candle. I'm just showing you all that, walking through all that with you right here. 3 hour, 90 minute. We're looking at that orange vertical timeline. The ARI is falling. And it's less than 80 while falling. The green line is falling and less than 80 while falling. The red line is less than 90. It does not have to be falling, it just needs to be less than 90, the red line. That's the 90 minute, which was the lowest time frame of our 5 time frames that we would have used in this case to open a short. Now, what if the 2 day time frame, the K line in the 2 day time frame, what if it also was below level 80? The 2 day time frame right here, it was the highest time frame in which the K line is above level 80, which is right there. Yellow K line is above level 80, which is right there. But let's say it was down below level 80, the same as the 24 hour. Same as the 12 hour, way below level 80. But the 24 hour, the 22 hour, the 20 hour, the 18 hour, the 16 hour, the 14 hour, all of those were below level 80, the K line was. I'm just saying, well, what if the 2 day K line was also below level 80? What would that mean? Well, let's go back to the short-term group. here we have the 6 hour is the K line above level 80. Now, the 4 hours, the K line above level 80. The 8 hour, K line is above level 80. In that case, that would have qualified for what? For doing what? Cut 8 hours in half to 4 hours, where the only requirement is the green falling and less than 80 while falling. Cut that in half to 2 hours, where I need the green falling less than 80 while falling, and I need the ARI falling and less than 80 while falling. Well, if it's at 0, which it was right here, it's falling. Then cut the 2 hour in half to 1 hour. Let me change that 45 minute to 1 hour. It wouldn't have been until the next candle right there. 45 minute. Why did I go to 45 minute? Because half of 2 hours is 1 hour. Okay, yeah, this is the 1 hour. It would have been this candle, this 1 hour candle, the second half of this 2 hour candle, because it did not move. We're still on that same 2 hour candle right there, where the ARI was still at 0, which is considered falling, not this next candle where the ARI is actually rising a little bit. So the 8 hour was the highest, K line greater than 80. Cut that in half to 4 hour, where all we need is the green line falling less than 80 while falling, ARI falling less than 80 while falling. Cut that in half to 2 hour. Now that's 2 of 5 time frames, the 2 hours right here. Then we cut that in half, 3 time frames of our 5 time frames. The 1 hour, we need the green falling less than 80 while falling, and we need the ARI falling in less than 80 while falling. Check. Now we cut the 1 hour in half to the 30 minute to get our 4th time frame, where at that line we need the green falling less than 80 while falling. It is. And the red's less than 90. It is. And we also need the ARI falling and less than 80 while falling right there in the 30 minute. It is. Now we also need it there in the 15 minute, which is the 5th time frame of our 5 time frames. We need the green falling. It is. Need the ARI falling. It is. Are they both less than 80 while falling? Is the green less than 80 while falling right there? It is. And also is the ARI right there less than 80 while falling? It is. Is it falling? Yeah. And is it less than 80 while falling? Yes. All right, so in that case, that's just to give another example of if the 2-day time frame K line was not above level 80. You see how we ended up going to the 8 hour where we found the K line greater than 80. But now let's say this. What if the K line in the 8 hour was not above level 80? Let me change that to 8 hour. Oh shit. Y'all know I could have swore I had the K line above level 80, but the 8 hour K line above level 80, but it wasn't. My bad. Well, y'all got an example of how we would have done that if the K line in the 8 hour was above level 80. My bad, it wasn't. I accidentally had 2-day time frame here. When I thought I was looking at the 8 hour, I was actually looking at the 2-day. See here, let me back up one click. See, that was the 2-day time frame right there, and I thought that was the 8 hour. It wasn't. Alright, so actually I said let's pretend the 2-day K line was below level 80. It was not above level 80. We would have went down to the 24 hour, 22 hour, 20, 18, 16, 14, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. Even the 4 hour time frame, the K line is not above level 80. Alright, we have to have a cutoff somewhere. That's where my default set of time frames come from to use to open a short if the K line is not above level 80 in any time frame that is higher than the 8 hour time frame. If no time frame higher than the 8 hour time frame does not have the K line above level 80, that would be the 8 hour. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, no odd numbers after 12. So 12 hour, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 24 hour, none in the 2 day. None of them had the K line above level 80 from the 8 hour all the way up to the 2 day. If they don't have the K line above level 80, then your default would be like pretending the K line in the 8 hour was above level 80. Just pretend it was. Now cut that in half, you got 4 hours where you need the green going down and less than 80 while falling, and you need that's it for the 4 hour. Then the 2 hour, all the conditions where you green, red, and ARI. And then cut the 2 hour in half to 1 hour. Cut the 1 hour in half to 30 minute, and cut the 30 minute in half to 15 minute. That's your default set of time frames in the event the K-line requirement is not met anywhere. If those conditions just happen to occur in those 5 time frames when the K-line is not above level 80 from the 8 hour up to the 2 day time frame, if those conditions exist in those 5 time frames at any time while the K-line is not above level 80 from the 8 hour to the 2 day time frame, that's a time to consider opening a short position. Why? Because you could have been in a position where you just had a bull trap, where you did open a short, it went up for the bull trap, you closed your short, but then you ended up opening a short again. That was the reasoning in providing that example to you, that you still would have opened a short again, even though you may have closed a short that you'd opened previously before getting this trap. But actually it's good that I chose the 8 hour, that I went through all that with the 8 hour, because that is actually my default. That's where I derive my default, where even if the K line in the 8 hour is not above level 80 from the 8 hour to the 2 day, if that's the case where the K line is not above level 80 when looking to open a short, now I'm talking about when opening a short, not a long, a short, from the 8 hour to the 2 day, if the K line is not above level 80, we then are to assume the K line is above level 80. Therefore I'm going to cut that in half to use the 4 hour, the 2 hour, the 1 hour, the 30 minute, and the 15 minute time frame. Those 5 time frames would be my default time frame set of time frames to use to open a short, not forgetting that the highest time frame of those 5, which would be the 4 hour time frame, the only requirement is the green falling less than 80 while falling. No requirement on the red line, no requirement on the ARI. It would be the 2 hour, 1 hour, 30 minute, and 15 minute that would have more requirements. We need the green line falling less than 80 while falling. We need the red line less than 90. We also need the ARI falling and less than 80 while falling. For the 4 other time frames of those 5 time frames, default set of time frames that we will use, we have to have a default set of time frames for opening shorts and a default set of time frames for opening longs. And I just provided an example why we need a default set, because you may have had a short open during a long-term bear trend where conditions may have met on the way down while we were stepping down. Conditions may have been met to close that short on the first step down. Conditions were met to close it, you made a profit, but then here a little bit later, now here the conditions are being met again to open a short again on the way down. But this time, usually the only way that's a short position can be given again is just to pretend that the K line in the 8 hour is above level 80, even though it's not. From the 8 hour all the way up to the 2 day time frame, none of them have the K line above level 80. If that ever occurs, then you are to assume automatically that right now the K line is above level 80 in the 8 hour. Therefore, I'm going to cut that in half, and each number after that in half. I'm going to do that 5 times to come up with our 5 time frames that we will use as our default set of time frames to open a short. You'd basically do the reverse, opposite to open a long. And again, once, like in this case, once a short is open, then you look for the highest time frame in which the K line is below level 20. Whatever time frame that is, you're going to cut that in half to get another time frame. Then cut that time frame in half to get another time frame where you need the ARI rising greater than 20 when rising. You need the green line rising and greater than 80 while rising. And I think for closing, I will still include the K line and D line for closing. Well, actually, I don't have it right now, but I might have it there for closing. That's something that's still kind of ongoing live testing at the moment. Right now, I just have the ARI rising greater than 20 when rising, and the K line rising greater than 10, and the green line rising greater than 17, actually, not greater than 20. Only has to be greater than 17. Yeah, that's going to be a little bit more testing on that, but we're getting close to that as far as deciding if it's just going to be the green line and the ARI and the red line for closing a short or a long. I just explained to you what we're using to open a short or a long. I haven't gone into as much detail for closing a short or a long. I did explain it one time though. Yeah, I don't mind getting specific now with my rules. Number one, I'm out to prove something. Number two, I told at least my premium subs, I may have mentioned in a previous live stream as well, there's nearly 2,800 people with access to my Phoenix ARI indicator at the moment. I will soon be putting together a list of my premium subscribers will help out as far as their authenticating their TradingView username, and the fact that they are a premium subscriber, we'll be able to know that. Where soon, only they will have access to Phoenix ARI. Only they will have access to Phoenix ARI. Meaning there's going to be probably over 2,500 people, 2,400 people that are about to lose access to ARI. Note, that indicator is not public, it's private. You cannot see the code on that. You don't know the script on that, how it was made, how it was created. You only have access to it. But again, soon, very soon, it's going to be where only premium subs will have access to that indicator. And they had to be a premium subscriber for at least 3 months. And here's the way I decided I want to do it. They have to be a premium subscriber for at least 3 months to have access to it for 1 year, meaning they can quit their subscription after 3 months, not sign up anymore, and still have access for 1 year, but then they will need to subscribe again for at least 2 months, for at least 1 quarter again, which is 3 months, to get access for another full year again. That's kind of where I'm leaning, where I may be doing it, where if you pay the discount for 6 months or the discount for 12 months, you're basically getting access for 4 years to Phoenix ARI at a discount, because if you're purchasing more, I say again, if you're purchasing more quarters in advance rather than just one at a time. That's the way I'm kind of thinking about doing it at the moment with Phoenix ARI. And I kept it private for a reason, but this is actually my very first script that I even posted on TradingView. However, I've always kept it private because I just honestly felt it was valuable, put it that way, especially when used in conjunction with other things. Like, we can't use the ARI to determine what is the highest time frame we will use, or what's the highest set of time frames that we will use at this particular time to open a short or to open a long. Really only the K line of the stochastic RSI is best for that. The ARI is not best for that. Now, the ARI is best as far as actually opening and closing, but you need to know what time frames to use for opening and closing. That's where the K line is beneficial, to help me determine what set of time frames I'm going to use to open and to close a trade with the green line, red line, and ARI. The K line of the stochastic RSI helps me determine what set of time frames we're going to use to open or close a trade by using the green line, red line, and ARI at that time. That's the way I'm kind of leaning at the moment. I may be getting the K line and D line out of the equation for opening and closing. May not need them for opening and closing. May only need the K line to determine what time frames we need to use for opening and closing. But I'm getting close. I appreciate that, Granddaddy Perk. Yeah, but right now for S&P 500, yes, you may have opened a short and may have closed the short, keeping your losses small because you want your gains large while keeping those losses small. So I wouldn't necessarily, even whenever I get all this built into a script, the script signals me, but eventually signaling something on the website where via ARI, now I'm having a brain fart forgetting what it's called, API. Via API is probably in some type of copy trading or something, is what may end up occurring eventually. Just want everybody to understand what the script will be doing eventually. Hopefully, Lord willing, get everything automated, or even signals are being provided while I'm sleeping or on vacation with my family, or out on the yacht in the Atlantic somewhere, or the Caribbean, or the Mediterranean. Hell, who knows? I don't know. So right now, still falling. All right, now the red and blue lines, as well as the energy. What I've focused on here thus far with the S&P was pointing out how we determine when to open or close a short, basically. I did not get into opening and closing a long, but it's on the reverse, basically. But all I've gotten into is how to open and close a short. I showed you or told you what indicators specifically were used when opening and closing a short. We didn't use the blue line at all, did we? When opening or closing a short. We didn't use the white energy at all, did we? When opening or closing a short. And the red, kind of on a limited thing, it needs to be less than 90 when open or short. The red line needs to be less than 90 when open or short, because this is the 6-hour time frame. See how the red line was up above 90 here? Here's aqua level 90. Red line's all above level 90 here, but if that green line ever, really a better example of that would probably be like maybe Cardano 6-hour or Bitcoin 6-hour. Let me go to Cardano 6-hour for a moment. Let's see. Yeah, here's Cardano 6 hour. Rather than looking at the S&P. You see in here, the blue line went above level 100. But the red line, I need it to get below level 90. Right there. Here's Aqua level 90. I need that red below level 90 before I even think about opening a short. That's just to give you an example. That's why the red line's in here. Because if that green is ever going down like it did right here, it's going down. But hey, is the green less than 80 while going down? No. 80's right here. But I have seen sometimes where the red is still above level 90 and the green went below level 80. The green went below level 80. But would your ARI have went below level 80? Probably not. But still, I just have the red there saying below level 90, where I know it's at least falling down from the Aqua, because you see it opened. It opened up near proximity to the Aqua upper B band. But we're about to go down from that Aqua upper B band. We're about to fall down from it because that red line is about to fall down from Aqua level 90. But yeah, that's another reason why I have the red line as part. It's one of the indicators of several that we will use to open a short or a long, not necessarily to close a short or a long. I haven't put the red line in the conditions for closing, only for opening. Where am I at the moment? The red and blue line. Really the purpose of the red and blue line is to get an idea that, for example, if we opened a short, we know what indicators we use within Phoenix to open that short. If we open a short, where could the price be going to when we open that short? Well, initially, especially with the red this high, initially we're just saying on this candle right here where the red went down below Aqua, heading back down here towards the white Aqua. Well, we know we can go from down from the Aqua to the white right here. Now we can go down from the white towards the yellow B-band basis. But you see how the basis pretty much held, y'all? Let me remove. You see how the basis pretty much held support there? Because the red line right here was still above yellow level 50. It wasn't until right here where it was below yellow level 50. It was acting like it was wanting to fall down from yellow B-band basis towards the white, but then the green came up the next candle. The green line did. In this 6 hour time frame, you would have saw it going up sooner in the 3 hour, even more sooner in the 90 minute. See it better as far. I'm not getting into again how to know when to open a long or a short. But the main reason I went here was to point out why the red line below level 90 for a short, or the red line above level 10 to open a long. The red line above level 10, that's not a good example. Right here, red line above level 10. These all in here is below level 10, not opening a long anywhere. Right there, until that red gets above level 10 right here, where you might have done a scalp right there with the indicators. Might have done a scalp right there. I'm not going to go back in detail seeing what time frames and all would have been used to open that long position. To open that long position, what time frames would have been used to close that. How many percent move was that? Let's see. Let's go from the bodies of the candles to the bodies of the candles. That's about 3%, 2.89%, 3%. At 1x, if you did 2x, now you're looking at 6. 3x, you're looking at 9%. 4x, 12%, so on and so forth. As far as potential gain on the trade, roughly. Of course, you got to consider trading fees and interest because of leverage. There is interest. You're borrowing money with interest. Let me delete this. I'm not going to worry about deleting that right now. Let's go back to S&P 500. I'm done with the teaching there a little bit on the S&P 500. Now let's use the red and blue to get an idea of about where the price could potentially be going to on this short position that would have been open here. And I actually showed where you would have opened one, closed it, and opened it again. And it's still open right now, after hours, let's say. That trading is closed. You're waiting for next morning open, maybe. I don't know. What time frame are we going to use currently to consider closing this short? What time frame is the highest time frame in which the K line is below level 20? That was the 6 hour. Cut that in half to 3 hour. Cut that in half to 90 minute. Need the ARI rising above level 20. Need the green line rising above level 17. And need the, did I say ARI rising and above level 20? I think I did. And need the green line rising above level 10. And I probably should also include the red line above level 10. It doesn't have to be rising, just needs to be above level 10. The red line. Again, I'm thinking about taking the K line and D line out of the equation, not only for opening, but also for closing. I'm thinking about it. It may just be for opening and not for closing. I may still have the K line and D line in there. Actually, right now I do not have. I have the K line in there for closing, but not the D line. I just say the K line rising and greater than 10 when rising, green rising greater than 17, and ARI rising greater than 20. But I'm going to see if I can do away with the K line for closing a trade as well. Right now, let's go and do it my little bit older way that I've been doing it, which includes the K line for closing. So the K line needs to be rising, greater than 10 when rising. ARI needs to be rising, greater than 20, and green needs to be rising, greater than 17. Right now in the 90 minute. What if later in the 7 hour the K line gets below level 20? Then later on, if the 8 hour gets below level 20, like the 8 hour, you cut it in half to 4 hour, cut that in half to 2 hour, where then you're looking for those conditions in the 2 hour instead of the 90 minute. Looking for the 2 hour where the ARI is rising, greater than 20 while rising, the green is rising, greater than 20, and the K line is rising, greater than 10. And I believe I'm going to still include the K line as part of my closing conditions. Not opening, but closing. Because the reason I may still include it for closing, we're only using one time frame to close. We're not using 5. We're only using one time frame to close. How did we come up with that one time frame? We basically ended up cutting one time frame in half to get another time frame, and then cut that time frame in half to get the final time frame that we're using to close. And it's just that one single time frame. That's it, not 5. So again, I may still keep the K line conditions for closing as part of the conditions for closing. That will not change. Only opening trade. But right now the 90 minute is what you're monitoring. You'd have a short and it would still be open. It would still be open at the moment. Maybe you're wondering, well, how long in the 90 minute can a short potentially stay open? If you were using it, if the 90 minute was part of your reasoning for opening a short, well, look in here how long it was open. 0, that's less than 20, and 0 is considered falling. All in that. Right here, when it came up here a little bit, right there, if if the 90-minute was being used to close a short position, if it was being used at that time, you would have closed that short right there. That's 4.25% with no leverage. 4.25%. But I say again, that's if you were using the 90-minute time frame to close that short. And let's say to close it is blue. We're not going to get into what time frames may have been used to open this short here, but let's see if the 90-minute would have been used to close that short here. First, let's go to the 6 hour to see if the K line is below level 20. Right here at this blue line, here's level 20. The K line is well below level 20 in the 6 hour. What about the 2 day? Even the 2 day, the K line is way, way, way below level 20. Y'all see him this two. Actually, if I was to go through it with the time frames, you would have likely opened a short up here somewhere. You may have closed it here, then opened it again right here, and it would have still been opened either to there or right here, but I'm not going to get into all the details. Yeah, but right there, 2 days. So really the key would have been was where did you open it? Let's go to right here. What is the highest time frame in which the K line is above level 80? Right there. Well, the highest time frame for scalping is the 2 day time frame. We are in the 2 day time frame, but that's not to say you can't also swing trade. Not only would you open a scalp right here, but you may find that your scalp ends up being a swing. You just happen to open that scalp at a good time when is right at the beginning of a major swing here. But the 2 day, we cut that in half. I'm going to go and start right here where the K line is. Right there. Let me see what level it was there. K line at 78.4. It was below. It ended up closing below level 80, but I guarantee you it was open or higher than level 80 whenever you opened a short on this candle, on this 2 day candle. Let's cut 2 days in half to 24 hours, where all we need is the green line falling and less than 80 while falling, and the red line is less than 90. It is. The red line is less than 90. Doesn't have to be falling, just has to be less than 90. Green line falling, less than 80 while falling. That's all that's required for the 24 hour. The ARI does not come into play for our highest time frame of our 5 time frames we're going to use to open a short. All right, now let's cut 24 hours in half to 12 hours. Right here in this 12 hours is the red less than 90? Yes. Is the green falling less than 80 while falling? Yes. Is the ARI less than 80 here? No, it was 83. So it was not the first half of that 2 day candle, the first 24 hours of that 2 day candle. It was, excuse me, I'm in the 12 hour. It was not the first 12 hours of the 24 hour candle in which we would open a short. It was the next 12 hours of this 24 hour candle right here. I changed it from 12 hour to 24 hour. Right here would have been this candle, where now I see the ARI, which is not a requirement for the 24 hour at that time. It just started going down pretty hard there. 12 hour. Oh, I know why it's no change there, because that could have been the weekend there. All right, but 12 hour, we have those conditions met. The ARI is falling and less than 80. Green's falling less than 80. Red line's less than 90 in the 12 hour. The 6 hour. Now we're right here. Green should be falling. It is. Less than 80 while falling. It is. Red line is less than 90. It is. ARI is falling. It is. And it's less than 80 while falling. It is. In the 6 hour. Let's go to the 3 hour. Green should be falling. It is. Less than 80 while falling. It is. Red less than 90. ARI is falling. Less than 80 while falling in the 3 hour. Let's go to the 90 minute. Green should be falling. It is. Less than 80 while falling. It is. Red less than 90. It is. ARI is not falling there, but it is falling this next 90 minute candle. The green's falling. Less than 80 while falling. Red's it does not have to be falling, but it does need to be less than 90. It is. And the ARI is finally falling right here. When it changed color to the red there, I know it's a lower level here than it was the previous candle. All right. So all of those conditions met in the 90 minute. All of those conditions met in the 3 hour. Green falling. Less than 80 while falling. ARI is falling in the 3 hour. Less than 80 while falling. The 6 hour. So I went up from the 90 minute to the 3 hour to the 6 hour, where those conditions also meet in the 6 hour. ARI is falling. Less than 80 while falling. Green's falling. Less than 80 while falling. Red line's less than 90. And the 12 hour. ARI is falling less than 80 while falling. Green's falling less than 80 while falling. And the red line's less than 90. The 24 hour, all we needed was green falling less than 80 while falling in this 24 hour. That's all we needed. It was the 2-day time frame. That's the highest time frame we use for scalping. It was the 2-day time frame in which the K line was above level 80. I guarantee it was above level 80 before it ended up closing lower. Now, when we opened that using, let's say, like the 6 hour, remember it was the 24 hour, only conditions were the green line. Then the 12 hour, 6 hour, 3 hour, 90 minute all had the same conditions. I changed it to the 6 hour just to show right here when we opened this short. When we opened it, now we need to realize or find out what time frame am I going to use to close this short. Well, the 6 hour is, the K line is below level 20 right there. What about the 12 hour right there? Not quite. Not quite. Let me look at the 14 hour just in case. Not quite. It's at 21.8. Let me look at the 10 hour right there. 21.8. Let me look at the 8 hour right there. 21.8. Let me look at the 6 hour right there. So it's the 6 hour. Let me make sure that, and I know the 2-day is not below, because the 2-day was up here above 80. And so the 2-day, the K line is not below level 20 when we opened the short. It was the 6 hour. All right, we cut that in half to 3 hours, cut that in half to 90 minutes right there. So let's do that. Let's go from 6 hours to 90 minutes. We need the green rising greater than 17 on rising. Need the red greater than 10. No, that wasn't until right here. So let me do this. Let me put another line for when we close. Bottom line is, y'all, don't we know that ARI needs to be rising and above level 20 when rising if you're going to close that short? If it was open here, when are you going to close it? And let me change the color of this to blue. All right, so now that I moved this line here, this blue line, to see about where I would have closed if we use the 90-minute time frame. First, I want to make sure that we were supposed to use the 90-minute time frame. If we double the 90-minute, that's 3 hours. Double that, that's 6 hours. Why 6 hours? Because remember the K line of the 6 hour was less than 20? Well, I wonder what the 8 hour looks like at this time right here. What does the 8 hour look like? Y'all see the K line right there. Let me go and remove this. Delete that so it's not confusing. The K line is below level 20, which is right there. That's the 8 hour. What about the 12 hour? Y'all see the K line is below level 80 in the 12 hour right there at that blue line. What about the 24 hour? K line is below level 20. What about the 2 day? It's not. So 24-hour time frame, where this blue line is, that's the highest time frame in which the K line is below level 20. We cut 24 hours and a half to 12 hours, then cut 12 hours and a half to 6 hour. It is the 6 hour time frame that we would be using now at that point to determine when to close that trade. The 6 hour. Well, we don't get to that until right here, where right there, where finally the green or the ARI is above level 20 on this move up here. Green was already well above 20, but it's mainly the ARI. It's above level 20. But let's make sure the 2 day time frame, let's make sure the K line in the 2 day time frame right here was not below level 20. Let's make sure. Let's go back to the 2 day. Right here. Is the K line below level 20? No. It's at level 23.99. 23.99 in the 2 day. So still the 24 hour, that's the highest time frame in which the K line is below level 20. We cut 24 hours and a half to 6 hours, to 12 hours, and then cut 12 hours and a half to 6 hours. It's the 6 hour time frame that you used to close the short. You would have ended up closing it right there. That one would have been at a little bit of loss. It would have been this one where, when I say a little bit of loss, y'all, it would not have been much. It would not have been much in that particular case. I see no wick on that candle. Since there's no wick on that candle, I know right here it did not go above level 20. It wasn't until right here, at the very moment that candle opened. I guarantee the very moment that candle opened. This is a 6 hour candle, by the way. That's where this short was open, and now the short's closed right when that candle was open. No loss, no gain. There wasn't much of a move there. Now this is for scalping. It's different groups of time frames used for swing trading, where instead of using mostly the short-term group, now we're using a lot of the near-term group, meaning even on up to the weekly and the 8 day and 9 day. 8 day, 9 day, 7 day, which is a week. 6 day, 5 day, 4 day, 2 day, 24 hour, 12 hour, 6 hour. Using quite a bit for swing trading. Applying these same rules, just with higher time frames. And it may have been, if I'd used the time frames and rules for the time frames for swing trading in the near term group, this may not have been closed here. I'm curious. The 1 week time frame. Yeah, the K line's way on up here. It's above level 20. In the 1 week. What about the 3 day? K line is still above level 20 in the 3 day. What about the 4 day? It's above level 20 the weekly. What about the 8 day? It's not above level 80. What about the 9 day? It's not above level 80. But the weekly, the K line, or 7 days, K line is above level 20. 7 days, you cut that in half, that's 3.5 days. You cut that in half, let's just say 2 days, where the 2-day time frame is the time frame you would have used to open a short or sell your stock. Let's say sell this index or open a short on this index. But in this case, you would not be using as low of time frames for closing your swing. I'm not going to get into all that here. I've mainly just been talking scalping instead of swinging. All right, but also you would have opened another short here again. Even though you closed a short here with little to no gain, if there was a loss, it was minute, small, because it really wasn't beginning to go down more until especially here. Now I'm curious, here was our K line. I'm just moving the blue out of the way. Was our K line less than 20 in the 2-day? Or excuse me, less than 80 in the 2-day right there. Was the K line less than 80? Yes, it was. Well, for scalping, the 2-day time frame is the highest time frame used of my list of time frames for scalping. The 2-day time frame is the highest time frame. The K line is less than 80. 24 hour. K line's less than 80. K line's way down here. Let's go to the 16 hour. K line's less than 80. Bottom line, y'all, I'm just showing it as I go down. Let's cut 16.5 to 8 hours. K line's less than 80. Way less than 80. If I go all the way down to the 8-hour time frame, and even it is less than 80, now I'm going to assume, since the 8-hour all the way up to the 2-day, none of them have the K line above level 80. Since none of them, 8-hour all the way up to the 2-day, do not have the K line above level 80, let's just go ahead and reckon that the K line is above level 80 in the 8-hour. Let's cut this 8-hour in half to 4 hours, where we will only use the green line and just the green line, excuse me, the green line. Green line needs to be falling, less than 80 when falling. It is in the 4-hour. What about the 2-hour? We cut that in half. Back to this yellow line right here. Need the green falling, less than 80 when falling? It is. Need the red less than 90? It is. Need the ARI falling? It is. And less than 80 when falling? It is. In the 2-hour. Let's cut that in half to 1 hour. We're going to end up going all the way down to the 15-minute. Need the green falling? It is. And it's less than 80 while falling. It was 64.18. And we need the ARI falling? It is. And less than 80 when falling? It is. All right, now let's go from 1 hour to 30 minutes. Need the green falling? It is, but is it less than 80? No. It will the next 30-minute candle, so let's move it to the next 30-minute candle, where now we have the green less than 80 and falling, and the ARI is also less than 80 and falling. Right there in the 30-minute. Then the 15-minute, which is our lowest time frame of our 5 time frames, our default set of time frames for opening a short. We had to make a default set of time frames for opening a short, because there will be times you may have opened a short, something happened where you had to close it and then open a short again. And when you open it again, it just so happens from the 8-hour all the way up to the 2-day, the K line is not above level 80. Therefore, we just act as if the 8-hour K line is above level 80. Let's cut that in half to 4 hour. Basically, I'm making the 4-hour, 2-hour, 1 hour, 30-minute, and 15-minute my default set of lowest time frames to be used to open a short position and to open a long position. But I'm talking about a short here currently. But here in this 15-minute, the first 15 minutes of that 30-minute candle, the ARI was not less than 80 until the last 15 minutes of that 30-minute candle, where the green's falling less than 80 while falling, red line's less than 90, and the ARI is falling less than 80 in the 15-minute, is doing so in the 30-minute. Just a moment. Is doing so in the 30-minute, ARI less than 80, green less than 80, red less than 90. In the 30-minute, let's go to the 1 hour. Same thing, ARI is less than 80, green's less than 80 and falling, red less than 90. The 2 hour. Same thing, green falling less than 80 when falling, red less than 90, ARI is falling less than 80. And then of course the 4 hour. Green's falling less than 80 when falling, red's less than 90, ARI is also falling less than 80 when falling in the 4 hour. So a short would have been open there, even though you would have opened one right in here, closed it here, maybe with it just a smidget of gain, closed it here, and then opened another one again right here. And when it was opened right here, wonder where the K line is in the 2-day now. So let's go to the 2-day. The K line in the 2-day is not below level 20 yet. It's 23.99. What about the 24 hour? The K line is just above level 90 right there, but it's not, just above level 10 right there, but it's not above level 20. The 24 hours, the highest time frame in which the K line is less than 20. Let's cut 24 hours in half to 12 hours. Cut that in half to 6 hours. It would be the 6 hour time frame for scalping. It'd be not for swing, but the 6 hour is the highest time frame we will use in that case to close the trade, where we need the green rising. Need the green rising and greater than 20 when rising. Right now that green's falling. So do not assume this short that you would have closed this short yet. You would not have. Wouldn't y'all agree I can, as far as closing this short, I can at least take this blue vertical timeline to identify where I close this short. Remember, I need the green rising, greater than 20 when rising. Well, it is right there. Oops. It is right there. But we also need the ARI rising and greater than 20 when rising. Well, I need to move that there, where now the green's rising, greater than 20 when rising. And I may throw the red in there where the red has to be greater than 10. It is. And the ARI is rising, greater than 20 when rising, right here in the 6 hour. But what if the 2-day? At this blue line is the 2-day K line below level 20 right here. Yes, it is, because level 20 is right there. So right here, K line less than 20 in the 2-day. Let's cut 2 days in half. That's 24 hours. Let's cut that in half. That's 12 hours. Now the 12-hour time frame, which is the highest time frame for scalping that you would use to close a short. In this case, you would have closed it again, and I kind of figured that was going to be the case. Right here, it would have been the very open of that candle. It would have been right at the very open of that candle. You would have opened this short somewhere in here. Oops. Somewhere about right there. And you would have closed that short very close to the open of that one. That's 2.5% gain. It's this next one where you would have ended up making more gain. This next one. Alright, but at this time when you close this short, as far as when you would have opened a short again, what's the highest time frame in which the K line is above level 80? You would have solved likely from the, let's look at the 8 hour real quick. Well, the 8 hour K line is not above level 80 in the 8 hour. What about the 10 hour? Nope. What about the 12 hour? Nope. What about the 14 hour? Nope. 16 hour. Nope. Bottom line is 8 hour all the way up to the 2 day. The yellow K line was not above level 80. So when we open a short, we have to use our default lowest set of time frames, which is basically the 4 hour, 1 hour, 2 hour, 4 hour, 2 hour, 1 hour, 30 minute, and 15 minute, where you would be looking for conditions to be met again. In the 4 hour, only conditions being the green line, then the 2 hour, 1 hour, 30 minute, and 15 minute, not just the green line, but also the red line and the ARI. Certain conditions need to apply. If we were to go through that, you would have seen we would have took that one down lower all the way to right around in here, all the way to somewhere around it. It could have been right here on this candle, where you would, if I walk through it. In fact, we'll go and do that. I'll walk through one more. When would you have opened a short again? Well, first, in the highest time frame, the 4 hour, I need the green line going down at a minimum. So let's go to the 4 hour. When I say the highest time frame of our default set of time frames, the highest time frame is the 4 hour. I need the green falling. Well, that's right here. Let's get a yellow line to mark, identify a short being open again. Green line needs to be falling less than 80 when falling. That's all that matters in the 4 hour. Now let's cut that in half to 2 hour. Let me do something here. Just a minute. Okay, I see where I'm at. Let's leave that blue alone. Let's leave that blue over here. I'm still trying to see about where we would have opened this short. All right, the 2 hour, green's falling less than 80 when falling, ARI is falling less than 80 when falling, and the red is less than 90. Just went through 90 right there. 2 hour. Let's cut that in half to 1 hour. Green's falling less than 80 when falling, red less than 90. ARI is falling less than 80 when falling, right there in the 1 hour. The 30 minute. Oop, that's not there. I need to be at the yellow line right here, where I need the green falling less than 80 when falling, red less than 90. ARI is falling less than 80 when falling in the 30 minute, and I guarantee in the 15 minute. You're going to see the same thing likely right there without me even having to move that yellow line. Green's falling less than 80 when falling, red's less than 90. ARI is falling less than 80 when falling. Right there is where a short would have been open. Now, what's the highest time frame in which the K line is below level 20? Well, let's go back to the 2 day time frame. That's this yellow vertical timeline right here. Is the K line less than 20 in the 2 day? No, it's greater than 20. So, not the 2 day. What about the 24 hour then? That's the next time frame. Nope, it's not less than 80. What about the 16 hour? Nope. What about the 8 hour? No. And let's go to the, I'm trying to remember my list on the scripts. No, it's 1 hour, 15 minutes. 30 minute, 15, 8, or let's just say 10. All right. So it would have been looks like probably the 30-minute, but let's look at the 45-minute just to make sure. 45-minute K line's less than 20. Let's cut 45-minute in half. Let's just say 20 minutes, cut that in half to 10 minutes. So here's the 10-minute. This takes some time to walk y'all through this. It is possible to be in a long and a short at the same time. It's possible, yeah. I gotta pee again real quick, y'all. I'll be right back. I will pick up where I left off. In fact, let's take a break for a minute. Let's say a 10-minute break. Make it 12 minutes. Currently 48 minutes after the hour. All right, so be back in 12 minutes, actually a little less than 12 minutes, but be back in about 12 minutes. eating a Hershey's candy bar during break. I see we don't have as many watching right now. I prefer to be casual in my live streams, y'all. I'm laid back and casual. I do basically what I want to do when I want to do it. Well, if you get something sweet, shortly after you're going to want to get something salty, so you might as well get both. Because now I'm wanting something salty. We have about 5 minutes left on our break. Less than 5, 4 minutes and something. Less than 2 minutes. Now I'm using a floss stick. This lasts 30-45 seconds. Alright, take a couple of hits of the e-cig, then we'll get back started. Where we start out opening a short, the K line in the 45 minute, I want to say was below 20, half that. I just said 20 instead of 22 minutes, and half that, I just said 10 minutes instead of 11 minutes. And here we are in the 10-minute time frame. For closing, we need the green rising and greater than 20 when rising. We also need the ARI rising and greater than 20 when rising. Is the green rising right here? No. The green was not rising until right there, but let me ask you this. Let me change that to blue. Was the ARI rising there? And greater than 20 when rising? No, not until right there. But you may not have been using the 10-minute, you may not have, should not have been using the 10-minute time frame to close this trade right there. Why? Because by that time, instead of the 45-minute K line being below level 20, now it could be the 2 hour, 3 hour, or 4 hour. Let's go to the 2 hour. Where we are. All right, it was not the 2 hour. Let me make sure the 4 hour is not there. Nope. Let's go to the 80 minute. The 80 minute K line is below level 20 in the 80 minute, but let me make sure the 90 minute K line is not below level 20. It's not. It looks like the 80 minute was the highest. 80 minute is one of my time. Oh, y'all are not seeing the chart. Looks like and by the way, the 80 minute is one of the time frames in my list of 39 time frames that I use. The 80 minute is. In the 80 minute, the K line is below level 20. Right here. 90 minute, it's not. 2 hour, it's not. 3 hour, yeah, it's not. Yeah. 80 minutes the highest time frame in which the K line is below level 20. Let's cut 80 minutes in half to 40 minutes, and then cut 40 minutes in half to 20 minutes. Because now you would use the 20-minute time frame. Oops. 20-minute time frame. Would use the 20-minute time frame to close this short. Well, does that condition occur right here? Right here, we're not above level 20. Right here we are with the ARI, and the green line is rising and greater than 20 right there. We see that, but we want to make sure right there, our 80 minute was the highest time frame at the time when we were over here. Well, now I wonder if like the 2 hour K line is below level 20 by the time we made it to there. I may be going the wrong way. I am. You see our 2 hour K line is below level 20 right there. What about the 3 hour? No. So the 2 hour 120 minutes is. What about the 135 minute? Because that's also one of my time frames. No, it's not. What about the 150 minute? Because that also is one of my time frames. No. And what about the 165 minute? Because that is also one of my time frames. No. All right, so the 120 minute or 2 hours, the yellow K line is below level 20. Let's cut 2 hours in half to 1 hour. Let's cut 1 hour in half to 30 minutes. Let's move back to where we were. Because again, we would not have used the 20-minute time frame to close that trade here, y'all. At this point in time, we now would have been using the 30-minute time frame. The 30-minute. In which we need the green rising and we need this ARI rising above level 20. Well, heck, that didn't occur until right here. But by the time that many 30-minute candles, by the time we go there, I wonder if the 6 hour K line was below level 20 there. Oops, typo. Oop, I meant to say 6 hour. Let's move this to the right. We're at the blue right here. The K line was not below level 20 in the 6 hour. What about the 5 hour? No. What about the 4 hour? No. What about the 3 hour, which is 180 minutes? The 3 hour, the K line is below level 20 in the 3 hour. You cut that in half to 90 minutes, cut that in half to 45 minutes. But, and let me also say this, 180 minutes, which is 3 hours. I'm opening up my laptop here for just a moment. Going to my notes. Looking at my list of time frames here for a moment. After 180, 210. I knew there was one in between 3 hours and 4 hours. 210 minutes. I want to make sure the 210 minute K line is not below 20. No, it's not. Here's level 20. There's the K line. So it'd be the 180 minute or 3 hours where the K line is below level 20. Let's cut 3 hours in half. That's 90 minutes. Let's cut 90 minutes in half. That's 45 minutes. 45 minutes, which is one of my time frames in my list of time frames. So now we went to the 45 minute where we need not only the green rising and rising above 20, but we also need the ARI rising and rising above 20. Right there is exactly 20. Do we have a wick on that candle? It doesn't look like much of one. It's hard to know for sure whether or not it would have briefly went above level 20 there. It's possible. Let's just say it possibly would have there. Let's just say it possibly would have there. Since I moved that blue vertical timeline over several more 45-minute candles, let's make sure a time frame higher than the 180-minute time frame has not, as far as the K line, make sure it has not gone below level 20. The next one above 180 minutes or 3 hours was 210 minutes. Let's make sure that K line is not below. Oh, I may need to go back this way. Let's make sure the K line is not below level 20. It's not. What about the go from 210 to 240? That's the next time frame. 240 is not. 6 hour. It's not. What about 8 hour? It's not. What about 10 hour? I just want to make sure, y'all. It's not. All right, so it's looking like it was not even the 210. It's still the 180. It's still the 180. Not the 210, where you would use the 45 minute. because you cut 180 minutes in half, that's 90 minutes. Cut 90 minutes in half, that's 45 minutes. Where you need the K line rising and the green rising. You need the ARI rising above level 20. You need the green line rising and above level 20 when rising. We got that there. So actually that scalp 1.7% gain to about 2% gain. More than likely you would have closed it right near the top of that move up. The next candle would have went a little bit higher, but 1.7. That's with no leverage. That's with no leverage. I was seeing if we were going to make our transition down to where we end up using pretty high time frames before deciding when finally to close the trade. You'll see that quite often in crypto, but apparently not as often on legacy assets or indexes such as the S&P 500. Looks like you will be opening and closing a little bit more often on legacy assets and indexes and currencies than you do for cryptocurrencies. When I say just currencies, I'm talking about fiat currencies on Forex. Alright, now let's get back to, instead of education, let's get back into analysis for S&P, just to remind you that we were currently using what time frame for closing. If you had opened a short, currently the K line in the 6 hours, the highest time frame in which the K line is below level 20. Half 6 hours to 3 hours, half 3 hours to 90 minutes. The 90 minute is the current time frame you would be using to determine when you would want to close that short that was opened again on this candle. You opened one here, likely closed it here, opened a short again on this candle, and that short would still be open. This 90-minute time frame is what you would be using to close that short, where you need not only the green rising and rising above 20, you also need the ARI rising and above 20 when rising. Like here it was rising, but it was not above 20. You would be also monitoring what? Again, the 6 hour K line was below level 20. It's going to be a while yet before this 8 hour K line gets below level 20, y'all. So you're going to be using that 90 minute for quite a while to close the trade. The 90 minutes. Oh shoot, that was a 45 minute I was looking at. Let me change it to 90. Here's what the 90 minute looks like, y'all. Not what I showed you a minute ago. This is what the 90 minute looks like. I had the 45 minute up. We wouldn't be using the 45 right now. We'd be using the 90. Half of 6 hours is 3 hours. Half of 3 hours is 90 minutes. In the 90 minute, you need the green rising above 20 as well when rising. You need the ARI rising and greater than 20 when it's rising. You're going to be using the 90 minute for quite a while at the moment. Now let's use the red and blue to get an idea of what's going on as well. Stage 2 expansion down. We are about to attempt stage 2 expansion down in the 3 hour, it looks like. What does stage 2 expansion down mean? The red and blue going down below level 50 means there's high odds or increased odds, increased probability that we are about to see an increase in volume, and that volume is going to come from increased selling pressure, where we have a chance for the B-bands to expand, basically signaling that increase in volume or selling pressure. And we know it's selling pressure, not buying pressure, because the red and blue are going below yellow level 50. They're not going above yellow level 50. That's a chance for stage 1 expansion. Now, we can continue dropping, meaning stage 2 expansion down, where the B-bands keep expanding. And stage 2 expansion down, where if we have both the red and the blue get below white level 30. Right now the red's below white level 30, indicating we can go down from the white lower B band. We can fall down from the white lower B band. The blue also gets below white level 30. Now we're subject to get stage 2 expansion down, where you'll see another drop again. We're getting close to red and blue in the 4 hour and 6 hour, as far as both of them getting below yellow level 50 for stage 1 expansion down in the 4 hour and 6 hour. We're getting close to a chance for stage 2 expansion down in the 3 hour. We're already getting it in the 2 hour, that's the 3 hour. This 90 minute, we didn't really get stage 1 expansion down. Main reason why is because the red and especially the blue, don't we know when we have both the red and blue go below white level 70, that increases the odds to come down to the white aqua lower. My premium subscribers have heard me say that many times. The red and blue coming down below white aqua level 80, not necessarily if they both come down below it together, not separate like they were here, not separate like they were here, but they both come down together. That's not a good example there. Below level 80, not level 70. Like right here, they were not together. Right here, they were together for a moment, but going below level 70. I need a good example, and I'm not going to invest the time to look back to show you an example that if you have the red and blue going down below white aqua level 80 together, yeah, I've seen it go down to the white aqua lower B bands, especially if the B bands are kind of tight. This is kind of tight for the 8 hour, 5.5% spread between the white upper and white lower. Well, going down, that's 5.3%, not 5.5. As far as the spread going down. But I mean, also it's hard to ignore the K line below the D line and less than 90. Green line's falling less than 80. ARI's falling less than 80 in that 8 hour. Let's go to higher time frames to see if we can get an idea of where we could be going. Where could be our floor of support? That's the 6 day, where currently our floor support is the white lower. You see the red line right here at white level 30, and the price, the candle is right here at white lower B band. But hey, let me point out something here about the 6 day candle. Next 6 day candle, it says begins on November 10th. That's hard to believe. I've seen it say that sometimes during market close, and then when it opens back up again, it'll have a totally different date down at the bottom. Totally different date. No, it actually will be that. Potentially, I can see that. The 10th, today's the 2nd, 7 more days from now. That means this one just started, or a new one's about to start, put it that way. A new one is about to start. 6 days. It's, yeah, the 10th. No, we're about 1 or 2 days left in the current 6 day candle. That's what's going on. All right, now let me point this out. When the energy goes above level 50, right here, you see we have us a good green candle. We're going up. We have upward pressure, upward momentum that will continue for how long? This is where I'm showing you where the red and blue lines are helpful, along with the energy. I've been showing you what lines of the indicators we use for opening and closing. What did I do there? Man, there we go. But now I want to know, like, if I open something, where is it going? Where does it have a chance of going? Well, as soon as you open something, you can kind of get an idea of when you may be closing it. Because here, when the energy went up, we know the very moment that energy turns down, If this red line is not above yellow level 50, it is impossible for upward pressure to continue. The very moment that energy turns down, it's saying we have downward pressure. It's impossible for upward pressure to continue because the red line is not above yellow level 50. Here the red line is above yellow level 50. So when the energy went above yellow level 50, upward pressure will continue even while the energy is falling. The price is rising. Why? The red keeps remaining above yellow level 50. It didn't start getting below yellow level 50 until right here. So each time that energy would go up from level 50, here we knew upward pressure is going to continue until that white energy comes down to level 50, down below level 50. But we also know with the red line this high, there's a good chance this white upper B band will hold support. Why? Is this red line ready to fall down below white level 70, which is synonymous with the white upper B band? No, it wasn't until right here when this red was getting pretty close to white level 70, then we can fall down or close, let's say that, close below the white upper B band. It'd be a little bit easier to close below the white upper B band right here. But all during here, we're going to have a hard time closing below it. So even right here, when the energy was below level 50, y'all, because of how high the red line was, you're seeing why the price was still kind of trending high, because the white upper B band is still kind of rising, and our red line was not ready to fall below the white level 70 to indicate we can drop down from the white upper B band. That's another way of using the red line to kind of get an idea on where the price mean is, where we might have support, where we might have resistance, based on where the red line is. Is the red line ready to go up from this line, which is synonymous with this line in the B bands? Is the red line about to ready to go down from this level in Phoenix to indicate we can go down from this particular B band, etc., etc.? That includes going up as well. So that's where the red line can be helpful in that instance. And of course the blue line, if the red and blue both get below white level 70, going down, that increases the odds to go from the white aqua upper to the white aqua lower. The moment they both get below white level 70 here, and the green is also going below 70, that increases the odds to go all the way down to the white aqua lower. Red and blue both get below yellow level 50. Well, now we can see the B bands begin to expand and continue even lower. So again, the red and blue lines are useful, especially with the B bands, and to get an idea of where we may have support or resistance in the B bands, where we can go up from and to, or where we can go down from and to in the B bands, based on where the red and blue lines are within Phoenix. All right, but so don't assume I'm never using the red and blue lines, and just because the red and blue lines are not in my script where I'm going to use that script to provide signals for opening and closing positions. The only kicker is I will not be giving target ranges of where the price can be going whenever we open a short or open a long, to get an idea of where we will close that short or close that long. Instead, after a signal is provided to open, whether it be a short or long, later there will be a signal provided to close that short or long. I won't be doing what I was doing, investing my time and all to try to figure out, get an idea of where we could be going and give you a price target range, because there's no guarantee it's going to that range, because market conditions can change from the time that I provided that target range. It may end up something changes while I'm sleeping or something when I provided that target range. That's why it'd be a good idea to have a script, with a system set up that will tell you to close that even while I'm sleeping. Still tell you to close it. It would take Python with machine learning, AI, and stuff to set it up where not only let you know when to open and close, but also when we open, where could it be going at this particular time, because 4, 8, 12, 24 hours later, where we're going may have changed because market conditions have changed. And the AI or machine learning thing with Python and all that's monitoring everything may have saw, hey, it's changed. But not only that, it'd be programmed. It would know that when the red and blue are at certain levels in these time frames, this is about where the price should be, and this is where we could be going at this particular point in time during the remainder of this 8-hour candle or 12-hour, so on and so forth. It'd be constantly updating, constantly. But that's something much more sophisticated that I'm not investing the time with doing yet, just for the sake of providing target ranges. I'm not doing that yet. One thing at a time. So with this energy currently rising, remember I told you here the red line is above level 50. That energy goes above level 50. Upward pressure continues until the white energy comes down to level 50. Price still went up, even though the energy was falling. Why? The red line's above level 50. Well, is the red line above level 50 present day? No. If that energy begins falling, that next 6-day candle that begins in another day or two, that energy begins falling, and that red line is not above yellow level 50, that price action is falling. Just like here. Was the red above yellow level 50? No. The very moment that energy started falling, what did the price start doing? Falling. It was impossible for upward pressure to continue even while the energy's falling, like in that example I provided here. Even though the energy's falling, the price kept rising because the red's above level 50. But anytime the red's not above level 50, the very moment the energy turns down, the price is coming down. The very moment the energy turns down, that price is coming down. If that red line is not above yellow level 50. So that's another way of using the red line to get an idea of how long upward pressure may last or how long downward pressure may last. In fact, since I said or how long downward pressure may last, let's do it that way as well. Let's do it that way as well. Let me go back to where we were. All right here. The very moment that energy turns up, that price action is turning up. Yeah, we had some downward pressure momentum where we can go sideways at worst or downward at best if in a short position, or sideways at best, downward at worst if you're in a long position. But the very moment that energy started turning up, that price is coming up. Why? The red line is not below level 50 to help the price action continue going down even though the energy's going up. In other words, I just used it in reverse just then. Let me see if I can find a good example of that. Where's a good example of that? I don't know if we're going to find a good example of that in S&P, but we'll see. We got a little bit of it right here where even though the energy's rising right here, the energy's rising, is that price action rising? No. The energy started rising right there, and the price was still falling until the energy got above level 50. Now we can go up from that, or now we can go up a little bit, but it ranged more sideways than anything. Also realize this, since the red line is not above yellow level 50, the very moment that energy starts turning down, that price action's coming down, y'all. It's going to start coming down. All right, that's another way of using the red line indicator along with the energy to get an idea as far as going down. If that red line is not below level 50 while the energy is below level 50, the very moment that energy turns up, that price action's coming up because the red line is not below level 50. Well, it's the same thing for going up. If the energy's going up and begins turning down while the red's below level 50, that price is coming down. But if the red line is above level 50 and the energy's coming down, well, the price can keep going up until the energy comes down. But there's actually a decent chance the next 6-day candle, that energy may be falling. Well, if that red is not above yellow level 50 while that energy is falling, what's the price going to do? It's going to fall. Let's go to a lower time frame that's lower than this 6-day. The 6-day was right here. Here's the 5-day. Is the red above yellow level 50? No. If that energy starts falling, the next 5-day candle, that price action's falling. Just the fact that it's going sideways at the moment, I'd be concerned. Look at this 4-day. That energy's falling. Is the red above level 50? No. That's why the price is starting to fall. Here, the red was above level 50. Price action kept going up, didn't it? Until the energy went below level 50. Now the price is falling in that 4-day, but right now the red is not above level 50. We may go sideways here for a moment because that red may get above level 50 here just for a moment before falling down right after the election. But it's possible they may do something just before the election, because they may do something to where we don't even have an election. Hell, who knows? I don't know. We'll find out. But we don't know what we don't know until we know it. That's for sure. The 3-day. The red's getting above yellow level 50 a little late here. The energy's getting pretty close to level 50 in the 2-day. That next 2-day candle is likely to be below level 50, where downward pressure begins. 24-hour. Let me change this 90-minute to 12-hour. That should be 12-hour right there. We'll see if this ARI keeps falling. The K line keeps falling in the 12-hour, the 24-hour, the 2-day. We still need a little bit more time. The next 2-day candle that will end at exchange time, S&P 500 exchange time, 16 hours and 36 minutes from now. That will be around market close, 16 hours 36 minutes now. It will be a market close tomorrow for me, tomorrow, because it's 10:33 p.m. on November 2nd for me. That 16 and a half hours is going to take us into November 3rd at close, exchange time. I will be curious as to see if that red begins falling the next 2-day candle. We have another 1 day and 16 and a half hours remaining for the next 3-day candle. I'm looking forward to seeing what this next 4-day looks like as well, where the red line will be and where the energy will be. We still have to wait a while for the next 5-day and 6-day. But the short-term group, Red line went in this 3 hour. Went below level 50, triggering downward pressure that lasts for how long? Until the white energy gets above level 50. Like right here, red line closed below yellow level 50, which means downward pressure can continue even while the white energy is rising. The price can still continue falling. But let that ARI get above level 20 again. Now you have a chance to go up then, but that's also when you should be closing your short if you had a short open here. So just as what we see here, red closes below level 50, indicating when this white energy came below level 50, downward pressure will continue until that white energy turns up. But if that red line is below level 50, when that white energy turns up, downward pressure can still continue. Why? Because in this case, the red line is below level 50, just as here. The red line is below level 50. So even though the white energy turned up, the price was falling. Why? The red line is below level 50. Downward pressure is going to continue until the white energy gets back up to level 50. Why? Because the red is below level 50. Let me show you the opposite, where the red is not below level 50 when the white energy goes below level 50. Let me find a better example of that. Here's an example. It's not the best one I was looking for, but it's an example. The white energy's falling. We're having a period of downward pressure where you can pretty much go sideways at best, downward at worst if you're in a long position. But the very moment that energy turns up, that price can come up. Why? Because the red is not below level 50 to help downward pressure continue. Like right here, the red is below level 50 to help downward pressure continue even while the energy is rising. Especially right here in the beginning, the energy was rising. The price is still falling because the red had gotten below level 50. That's helpful information to know, to have, especially if your indicators told you that you're going to be using that time frame to close your trade at present. So when you're looking at the indicators in that time frame to see when you close at present, you also have an idea of about how long you may be in that trade. Like right now, if you had a short open, and if it just so happened the 3 hour time frame was the time frame you were using to close that short, it's not. Right now you'd be using the 90-minute, y'all. But if the 3 hour was, well, you know downward pressure is there, and it will continue until that white energy comes back up to level 50. So you already know that's several 3 hour candles. You already know you may be in this short for quite a while. And it may transition to where you even use a higher time frame than the 3 hour time frame to close that short. See, right now it's the 90-minute because the 6 hour K line was below level 20. We cut 6 hours in half to 3 hours, then cut 3 hours in half to 90-minute. We're using the 90-minute time frame currently to determine when to close this short. What are the conditions to close it? I need the green rising greater than 20. I want the red greater than 10. It is currently. And we need the ARI rising and greater than 20 when rising. That may be a while yet, y'all. Seriously. That may be a while yet. You see, you can have periods where it's coming down for quite a while. So if you were using the 90-minute time frame, if that's what it ended up being for you to close that short, even like right here, you may be in that short for quite a while. right here on that one, I think I showed where you may have closed it and then opened one again. Maybe, excuse me, the more I think about it, we were not using the 90-minute to close right there. I remember moving that there. I just moved it out of the way, that particular line, because we were using this blue line to determine where we close. I didn't really do anything in there. Yeah, but right now, the 90-minute red is well below level 50. Well below level 50. That means downward pressure continues until that white energy comes back up to level 50. Let me look at the midterm group. That might be a death triangle right here in the 8-day. That green starts turning down the next 10-day candle. Down below white level 30, and the red and blue are below white level 30. We can have stage 2 expansion down. Look at that ARI. I mean, that ARI looks pitiful in the 10-day. Looks pitiful. All of these time frames in here. The 4-day is really not part of the midterm group. The 4-day is half the 8-day. So why do I have the 4-day here with the 8-day, 9-day, 10-day, 11, 12, 13, 14 days, or 2 weeks? That's the midterm group. The 4-day is only on here for pressure races with the 8-day. When I cut the 8-day in half to 4-day, or double the 4-day to 8-day, for pressure races. The red closes above level 50. That triggers upward pressure that lasts for how long? Until the white energy comes down to level 50. Will the white energy come down to level 50 to create cause for downward pressure before the red line in the 8-day can cross above level 50 to trigger upward pressure? That would be the race at that time. But right now, no pressure race has been triggered at present, with the red going above 50 in the 4-day. We don't have a pressure race triggered yet, but that's why the 4-day is here. I'm just pointing out here right now, see the red below white level 30 in the 9-day. Yeah, I know we wicked up above the white lower, but now we're coming back down below the white lower to get back in line with the red line, which is just below the white level 30, price just below white lower B-band. And that Phoenix ARI is still falling. We may be falling here again. We may be on the verge of, at the beginning of falling down again. This may have just been a last point of supply event where we went up right here. This may have just been a last point of supply before coming back down to a lower low, where our sign of weakness that began here is not done yet. It's still going lower. Just as right here, when our sign of weakness begun, it wasn't done yet. We fell lower where it was completed here. Then we have an upthrust with a higher low instead of an upthrust with a lower low. We had an upthrust with a higher low followed by upthrust last point of supply. That's a common event. Those events right here, after a sign of weakness is complete, you'll usually have an upthrust followed by a higher low followed by an upthrust last point of supply event. It's quite common nowadays. Wasn't as common back in Richard D. Wyckoff days, but present day, yeah, it's a very common move. Again, we don't know what we don't know until we know it. Bottom line is, we know this is falling. It's still falling. You'd have a short signal that would have been taken. Right now, you'd be using the 90-minute to determine when to close that short, etc., etc. I don't trade the stock market or indexes and all very much. I will in the future, not right now. I'm just sticking with crypto for now. We need to see how low this goes when it drops, because as I mentioned before, you can have multiple upthrust last point of supply events in phase D before finally getting a sign of weakness in phase E. You most certainly can. So I'm not going to assume that we are going to continue down with a sign of weakness. It could be that this is an up thrust, higher low, up thrust, last point of supply. We end up having multiple up thrust, last point of supply events going out to the side before then finally falling down the sign of weakness. We don't know yet. Anybody claiming they know, they can claim it all they want to, but do they really know 100% that's what's going to occur? No, they don't. Very few people know that. What few? Those who actually manipulate the market makers. They're the only ones who know. Not us. Us peons, technically, we don't know. You can guess, but anybody says that they say they know, I'm sorry, they honestly do not. They're just making an estimate. You put pretty much on point what with calling ADA won't go above 45 cents. Yeah, I remember that very well. I was saying that was our ceiling of resistance and explained why. I'm going to mute the mic for a moment, blow my nose, then we will move from S&P 500 to Cardano and then cover Bitcoin last. But let me mute my mic for just a moment. Yeah, I kind of switch it up. Alright, since Cardano's up, we're going to go and do Cardano next. Let me reduce the font size a little bit. Reduce it a little more. That's it. I was pointing out here in my previous video for Cardano, this is a sign of weakness. This is a sign of weakness in phase E. Transition from phase D to phase E. That is a sign of weakness. Where we closed substantially below, not just substantially below where our lowest closing candle is, but even below where we wicked. That's a sign of weakness. But hey, this sign of weakness in phase E of distribution might be our selling climax in phase A of accumulation. And that selling climax should be followed by an automatic rally that should come up to or at least near the lower boundary of our preliminary supply range where we went sideways for a bit before then going back down with a second test of support. Then going up with a simple rally, but again, that can often look like, just like right here, hey, this is our selling climax, followed by an automatic rally, followed by a second test of support, followed by a simple rally, test of support, simple rally, test of support. Uh-oh, that doesn't look like much of a rally. Uh-oh, so we were not in accumulation. We were in distribution still. Yeah, that's why it's also helpful to pay attention to what phase of distribution that you are in, because usually they're going to carry through from start to finish, from phase A, every event in phase A, every event in phase B, every event in phase C, every event in phase D, and every event in phase E before finally beginning accumulation. Majority of the time, not all the time, only in historical when you're at a time for a historical event, a historical move that Bitcoin might be in, by the way. Only when you're in a historical move, a period of that period of distribution on that historical move may not go all the way through phase E, only through phase D, which means that entire period of what you thought was distribution was really a large period of backup, last point of support event in phase D before going up with another sign of strength to transition into phase E for accumulation. That's what we're waiting to find out at the moment for Bitcoin. But we're not at Bitcoin yet. We're here at Cardano, where we know this is a sign of weakness. Could be a selling climax for accumulation, where we went up with an automatic rally that should be followed up by a second test of support. Hey, also, yeah, this is a sign of weakness, but is this sign of weakness done yet? No different from the S&P. When now here's a sign of weakness. We went up. Is it done yet? Nope, because we went to a lower low. It was done here, but you didn't know it was done here until we went up and came back with a higher low. Yep, looks like we're starting to go up here. This may be the beginning of our upthrust last point of supply event that occurs after the upthrust and higher low. This is a very common event in distribution. Phase D is in delta. Very common events. Not necessarily in forex currencies. I'm talking about indexes, stocks, cryptos, commodities. You could say that for commodities too, but shoot, man, the way commodities nowadays are manipulated too. I mean, that's not to say that Bitcoin's also manipulated. Really, all assets, cryptocurrencies, forex currencies, indexes, commodities, stock, asset, they're all manipulated, y'all. Every one of them. That's why it's helpful to have indicators to kind of help you be on the side or going with that manipulation. But just as we went down, sign of weakness, is it done yet? Nope. Now it was done right here. The same thing here with Cardano. I do not want us to assume that our sign of weakness is done. Could it be done? And that was also our selling climax in phase A of accumulation, followed by an automatic rally, or is the automatic rally done yet? Because this could just be a little bit pulled back before going up a little higher to right here, where an automatic rally finishes here before coming back down with a second test of support. Simple rally. We don't know yet. As far as Wyckoff method 2.0 yet, we don't know yet. Now let's go to the indicators, but first let me go and get my badass B-bands up. Let's also get the indicators up. Let's spread this out a little bit. Let's spread this out a little bit. Energy's falling. Is the red line above yellow level 50? Nope. The very moment that energy's falling, what's that price action doing? We got us a red candle here. I know this 3-day candle here, we still have 2 days, 21 hours. This 3-day candle has just begun, y'all. Just begun. I know it's green at the moment. Don't assume that it's going to stay green by the time it closes, because it may not. We'll see. We'll find out. We'll see. That's when looking at it in the 3-day. Can we go up from the yellow B-band basis to the white aqua upper? Well, the odds of us doing that is not very good if that red is not on the verge of going above level 50 and the blue is not on the verge of going above white level 30. That's why I was saying on this move up, that yellow B-band basis, that's our ceiling of resistance in the 3-day. We're going to have a hard time going up from that yellow B-band basis to the white aqua upper if that red line is not on the verge of going above yellow level 50. Look right here, when the red went above yellow level 50, white aqua upper, all in here, even up to the orange. When the red goes above yellow level 50, right here, red goes above yellow level 50, then from the basis, that candle, we went up to the white aqua upper. And the blue's above white level 30. Like I mentioned, that increases the odds even more of going up to the white aqua upper. Alright, so with this blue this low, that blue's this low, well below white level 30. That basis is it, y'all. We go up, that basis is our ceiling of resistance. And with this energy still falling, I don't think that red's going to make it up there in time enough. This basis at 0.4176 now. That's where it's at. 0.4176. Back here, the basis was at 0.4257. But I think I was also using other time frames other than just the 3-day to determine where the ceiling of resistance was, where we could potentially go up to, but that's it. Where I said we might can go up to about 44 and a half, 45. I think I was saying 43 to 44 and a half. All right, let me pull this back, and we're going to look at other time frames. Get my fib levels viewable. That's a little too much right there. All right, that way you can pause this if you want to, and I'm going to remove my V bands. Oops, that doesn't remove them. That does. All right, let's look at other time frames, but before we do, the purple text bubbles are distribution events that you also saw here with red text bubbles, distribution events. But the green text bubbles are accumulation events, where I'm just pointing out that if we are in accumulation, there's a good chance this was a spring that's usually followed up with a test before then going up with multiple last point of supply events to eventually a sign of strength. But in this case, to be considered a sign of strength, we need to close substantially above 75 cents. We need to close substantially above 75 cents, in my opinion, in order for that to be even considered a sign of strength. There's a lot of work yet to do if we are in accumulation. If we are in accumulation. We don't know yet. We came down with a sign of weakness that could be, we have to also look at it that way, where this is not a spring. This was a sign of weakness that can also act as a selling climax in phase A, meaning we change this from phase C to phase A. This was our preliminary support range where we went sideways for quite a while before falling with our sign of or selling climax in accumulation. Come up with an automatic rally up to or near our preliminary support range before falling back down with a second test of support. Phase A is complete. I know that says phase C, but phase A would be complete. Now we should go back up again with a simple rally that I would say should come up here to around 42 cents to as much as 52 cents. I think that's our preliminary supply range right now at the moment. But if we went up higher, I would say that is a two-tiered, two-level schematic. This is our first level. When I say this is our first level, let me show you something to help you visualize it. If we are in a, I'm kind of hesitant to say all of this was accumulation. Main reason why is because this was a sign of weakness. That was a sign of weakness. Also, but at the same time, I know this. That could have been our selling climax. But what happened to phase E? Meaning, is it possible that Cardano, along with Bitcoin, could be in that historical where we do not see a transition from phase D into phase E in distribution, which would have meant that all of this was a backup last point of support event in phase D of accumulation the entire time. It just took a longer period of time, similar to what Apple has done before. I often use Apple as an example. That too is possible. that too is possible. Bottom line is, we need some more stuff to play out here. This is the 2-day time frame, not the 3-day time frame. But we need some more stuff to play out here to even try to get an idea, or are we in phase C of accumulation? And this was it. Phase D, sign of weakness. We never transitioned to phase E, sign of weakness. You might can argue that you did in distribution right here, while at the same time all of this was accumulation, while this was our phase E of distribution. I've never seen Wyckoff method applied that way. I got a message or something in Discord. Let me see what's going on here. Would you be able to create a private version of Phoenix that has both stochastic RSI and ARI inside the script that can be toggled on and off in the settings, making the code private as well to protect the ARI code? I'm limited with the amount of indicators I have, and so it would be handy for me. Right, I'll think about doing that, Maxie. I'm assuming you're on the stream. May not be. I don't know. Probably are, though. Yeah, we'll see about doing that, bud. Let's go to different time frames now. We've looked at the schematics long enough. Let me get rid of drawings. We've been going up again here lately. What was the highest time frame with K-line below level 20? I see the 12-hour was. What about the 14-hour? Yes. What about the 16-hour? Yes. What about the 18-hour? Yes. What about the 20-hour? Yes. What about the 22-hour? Yes. What about the 24-hour? No. K-line's not below level 20, so 22 hours. Let's cut that 22 hours in half to 11 hours, which is 660 minutes. Let's cut 660 minutes or 11 hours in half to 5.5 hours, which is 330 minutes. The 330 minute time frame would have been used to close a short position that was opened earlier, but it would have been closed here, y'all, opened again, and now closed again. And closed again using this same time frame. The 330 minute time frame would have been closed again. That happens sometimes. This move you see right here in that 330 minute time frame, you don't see very many of those. Where wick back down, now coming back up again. If you look back, you don't see this kind of move very often. More often, you're not, open or short, then closed it because what looked like a bull trap, then opened it again, now closed it again, one trap after the other. That does not happen very often. It doesn't. Sometimes that's just part of trading that occurs, where you may not have gotten the gains that you would have hoped, but at least you kept your losses small while trying to keep yourself in a position to have a chance to make your gains large, but definitely focusing on keeping those losses small. Will this trade have closed yet? No. Is the ARI above level 20? No. And I was following this, where when this was coming back down, you would have opened the short again about right here, just below 40 cents is where you would have opened that short again. And now it's coming back up to near 40 cents again, where you may end up closing again with little to no loss at all. But again, it would have been just below 40 cents. Would have been more like around 39.80 something. It's 39.80 something. I don't remember exactly what it was. It's what is probably about what it's going to have to get up to. See how the ARI is trying to rise? I'll let you watch the ARI. See how it's moving? Because the green is rising and it's already above level 20. Is the red above level 10? No. That was one. That's a condition, the red line, that I have as part of opening positions. I'm trying to consider whether or not I actually want to add it as part of closing conditions. I have it part of opening, but not part of closing. We'll see if I also add the red line as part of the conditions for closing. And the K line is rising and it's greater than level 10. Green line's rising greater than level 20, but the ARI is not rising. Well, it's rising, but it's not rising greater than 20, not yet. And make sure the gamma is 0.5. It is. You're still using that 330-minute time frame for closing, and I just pointed out why. Because it was the 24-hour, not the 2-day. The 24-hour K line was below level 20. Since it was, we cut. Excuse me. The 24-hour was the 24-hour. I don't think it was. Let me make sure. 24-hour. No, it was not. It was the 11-hour. That's what it was. The 12-hour, the K line was above level 20. The 12-hour all the way up to the 2-day was K line was above level 20. It was the 11-hour, and that's where the K line was below level 20. We cut 11 hours in half, which is 660 minutes. We cut that in half to 330 minutes. Wait a minute, y'all. Because we're supposed to then cut 330 minutes in half to 165 minutes. Where, yes, that would have been closed right here. My bad, I was having a brain fart there. And yes, the green was rising there, just to show you. Let me get my levels right here where I can see what level the green is over here. Right there. Well, first, right here, the green was 28.03. Go to the next candles, 28.63, which is higher than 28.03. The green was rising and greater than 20. Green line was rising and greater than 20. Right here. Green line was rising and greater than 20. And that Phoenix ARI is rising and greater than 20. So it would have been closed on this candle. You would have been open around here and closed around here. Again, this move here, this whipsaw right here, does not occur very often. It's that fast, that quick. I know that was kind of a whipsaw here, but it took more time for that one to play out. This one was a real bad whipsaw right here. This does not happen very often. All in here, you would have had longs open for quite a while there. Let me go back and make sure again. The 11-hour K line was below 20. Was the 12-hour K line below 20? Yes. Oh, okay. Then it was the 330 minute. That's correct. excuse me, it was because it was the 22 hour. 22 hour K line is below level 20. Was the 24 hour K line below level 20? No, but 22 hour was. We cut 22 hour in half to get 11 hours. Then we cut 11 hours in half, which is 660 minutes, to get 330 minutes. That is the time frame to use for closing this short position, where I said we would have opened it right in here where we were going sideways there. And I was here watching it at the time, not long after I woke up earlier today. I was watching it where you would have opened a short again right in here, and it's about to come up to where you would close it pretty close to where you opened it. This whipsaw does not occur very often. It doesn't. Would have been twice the two past trades. You would have made little to no gain or very little loss, if any. It would have felt like wasted time to you. But again, this whipsaw here back and forth does not occur very often. It doesn't. Let's see where we could be going to, because again, a short would have been open according to my indicators and probably getting on the verge, getting close to closing it. Let's go to other time frames. Let me change this back to the 12 hour. Let me reduce it from full screen back to 8 charts, 8 time frames: 12 hour, 24 hour, 2 day, 3 day, 4 day, 5 day, 6 day, weekly. Let me also hide the drawing so it doesn't look as busy to you. Let me also increase the font size. Basis in the 3 day is still holding resistance. Basis in the 4 day, red is still quite a ways from yellow level 50 to justify us going up from the yellow B-band basis to the white aqua upper. That red's still pretty low in the 4 day. But red and blue is getting ready to go above, potentially, go above white level 30 in the 5 day. But here's the kicker. Here's the kicker about the 5 day and the 6 day and the weekly. You remember how I have explained, yes, upward momentum begins when that white energy crosses above level 50. Yes, upward momentum begins and will continue. For how long? Well, it depends. If that energy all of a sudden turns down and that red's not above 50, if that energy turns down without the red above yellow level 50, the very moment that energy turns down, that price is coming down. That price is coming down, just like right here. The very moment that energy comes down, that price is coming down. The red is not above level 50 to help upward pressure continue. Like here, red's above level 50. Even though the energy's falling, the price was still rising there. Once the energy got below level 50 right here, you see the price starting to come down here. Alright, so that next 5 day candle, that energy begins coming down and that red is nowhere near yellow level 50. That energy starts coming down, the price action's coming down. Don't assume we're mooning yet. Don't assume this sign of weakness is done yet. This could be a last point of supply event before coming down even lower. That's why I told you it may still take a few days for us to get an idea on this current move down. I know it's going up at the moment. We may not be done going up yet. Could just be going sideways here for a moment before then falling down more with our sign of weakness. Our sign of weakness is not done yet. This would be considered a last point of supply event if we come down for a lower low. If we come down for a lower low, that would have meant this sign of weakness that began here was not done yet. It came down even lower. Just as I showed you as an example in S&P 500, how it wasn't done yet, was falling lower. Just took it some time to continue falling lower in the schematic. Let me go to higher time frames for a moment. What time frame is this? 5 day. Okay. This is still the near term group. Need that Phoenix ARI to get above level 20 as well. In that 5 day, the 4 day. That energy turns down in the 4 day without that red line above level 50. Look out. Yeah, it's coming back down. Yeah, look at the red line in the weekly. It's way down here, and that energy's above level 50. If it begins coming down the next weekly candle, about 3.5 days from now, and that red has a long time to get above level 50, so that while the energy's above it, if the energy begins coming down, as long as the red's above level 50 while the energy's coming down, upward pressure can continue in that weekly. That's when you know you have pretty good view, especially when looking at the 2 week and 3 week. When that red got above level 50 early, not late. See how the energy crossed above level 50 here in this 2 week? The energy did. Yeah, upward momentum went on for several 2 week candles, but the very moment the white energy turns down, the price action's coming down, because the red line right here was not above level 50. It got above level 50 right here, but that upward pressure continues until the white energy comes down to level 50. Well, heck, that's the next candle. And also, I would say this is not upward pressure, because our K line went below the D line. That's not upward pressure. Downward pressure is continuing. Right there. But now right here, the red line got above level 50 early in this 2 week. When I say early, what do I mean by early? This white energy was still rising, not falling like we were here. Red didn't cross above level 50 until after the energy was already falling. Here, the red crossed above level 50 while the energy's still rising and not even thinking about falling yet. Then when it begins falling, the price is still rising. Why? Because our red's above level 50, that's why. Same thing here. Even though the energy's falling, the price was rising because our red's above level 50. So this 2 week time frame, the red line has a lot of work to do to get above level 50, so that when this energy does eventually get above level 50, yes, you'll have some upward momentum, upward pressure there for a bit, but the moment that energy turns back down, if that red's not above level 50 in that 2 week, that price action's coming down. Let's go back to the 1 week. Red's above level 50 in this 1 week. Upward pressure continues until the white energy comes down below level 50. But hey, when the white energy comes down below level 50, we have some downward momentum here for a moment. But if that white energy turns back up, if that red's not below level 50 and that energy turns up, that price action's coming up. It's not going to keep coming down. Why? Because the red line is not below level 50. That's why. Here, when the red line is below level 50, even though the energy's rising, the price action is still falling. Why? Because the red is below level 50 then. But if the red's not below level 50 and that energy begins rising, the price action will immediately begin rising, because the red is not below level 50. Here the red is below level 50. So even though the energy is rising, the price action can still be falling, because when that red went below level 50, it triggered downward pressure that lasts for how long? Until the white energy comes back up to level 50. But now when it goes above level 50, yes, we have a period of upward pressure, but if that energy falls without that red line above level 50, that price action's falling. That's just looking at it at the 1 week. In the 1 week, you would use lower time frames than the 1 week if you were scalping those trades back there. Yeah, I am not convinced yet that we're in accumulation. I'm not. We could still very well be in distribution, y'all. We most certainly can. Let me get this all the way over here. I need to reduce one more. Right there. I pointed out in another video how present day right here, it's possible we could be similar to right here before another potential sign of weakness in phase E. We've had a sign of weakness in phase D. We have not had a sign of weakness in phase E as an echo. Must we have a sign of weakness in phase E? No. But if we do not have a sign of weakness in phase E, that means all of this was a backup last point of support event. Back up last point of support event. That would have meant all of this was a backup last point of support event. This was our sign of strength, followed by a backup last point of support. Before then, going up with, it has to be go up substantially close, substantially above this to be considered another sign of strength, where you transition from phase D as in delta into phase E as in echo. You know, is it possible this is one huge historical accumulation schematic where phase A, phase B, phase C with our Wyckoff spring, going up with our sign of strength, all of this our backup last point of support, before then transitioning into phase E as an echo of accumulation. They must have a sign of strength. It's not considered a sign of strength until we break above 69,000, close above it substantially. Yet we don't know yet. We don't know what we don't know until we know it in that regard for Bitcoin. Going back to ADA again. I want to look at the super macro group. Let me get rid of drawings. Two-week, 3-week, 4-week, 5-week, 6-week, 8-week, 10-week, 12-week. That's our super macro group of time frames. None of these have the ARI rising. Not even rising, it's just flatline. Still have 3 days, 20 hours remaining in the current 4-week candle, so I look forward to seeing what the next 4-week candle looks like, what the indicators look like. The 3-week is good to see the green rising. The 2-week is good to see the green rising. But the next 2-week candle, the red is above white. It's right at white level 30. And the price action is right at white lower B band. It's possible the next 2-week candle, it's possible that we can begin going up a little bit more when looking at the 2-week. Well, let's cut the 2-week in half to look at the 1-week. Which was right here. Do we think we can come up even more in the 2-week based on what we're seeing in the 1-week? Let's go full screen with the 1-week. With as low as that red line is, y'all, do you think we're going to close above that white lower B band anytime soon? Is that red line ready to go up from white to level 30? Not really. That's why the white lower B band that's currently at 0.4045, white lower B band, is acting as resistance. I know we wicked a little above it at 42.5.
They're on this candle. The previous candle, of course, we went higher. I think pretty close to 44 on Binance. But with this ARI not rising in the weekly and how low that red line is in the weekly, gosh, y'all. And the next weekly candle, is that red line just all of a sudden going to make a U-turn? Just wham! Turn up and go above level 50? Well, you see like right here on this one at level 20, the next candle right here, it was up a little higher. We were already starting to go up from the white lower B band a little bit. But the red line could not get above level 50 quick enough. You know, once the energy started falling, if that red line's not above level 50, in other words, the red line crossed above level 50 too late. I want it to cross above level 50 early while the energy's still rising. That's the ones you really want to catch. That's the ones you really want to see, where that red crosses above level 50 early while that energy's rising, not late while the energy's falling. You're not going to be in that long position very long. More than likely you're not. The odds are kind of against you. If you opened a long kind of late in here, like right here, while this energy's already falling in the weekly, well, this red line right here, nowhere near level 50. Goodness, y'all. I mean, could it, like this was a slow trickle up to the basis where we found resistance. You know, came back down to the white lower. I can understand the white lower. Was the red ready to fall down from the white level 30? No, that's why we had a hard time falling down from the white lower B band. Was the red close on the verge of going down below white level 30 the next candle after this one? Yes, because the next candle after that, the red went below white level 30. What did the price action do? It went down from the white lower B band. In that case, right here. But the white lower B band held support here because right there, the red line was not ready to go below white level 30. Now, sometimes it will go below the white lower B band with the red up this high. If it does that, that simply means you are overextended down. And you're likely to see a pretty good wick when that candle closes. A pretty good wick below the close of that candle. If the price action went down from the white lower, let's say to the aqua lower, with the red already up there still above yellow level 50, that's basically indicating yellow B band basis. The red was still staying around yellow level 50, and you see the price action eventually came back up to yellow B band basis before beginning to fall down again. Then finally fell down from the white lower when the red was ready, getting on the verge of falling down from the white, falling down below white level 30 in that 1 week. But again, there's a decent chance this energy is going to turn down. Will it the next weekly candle? Maybe not. Let's keep looking at lower time frames. But it could be that it will. Let's look at lower time frames. That's the weekly. The 4-day. I told you the red is super low. It's nowhere near level 50. If that energy exhaust starts coming down in the 4-day, that price action's coming down. When the blue was on the verge of going below white level 70, that increases the odds of white aqua lower. We ended up coming down to the white lower, not the aqua lower, that candle. We're not ready to go down from the white lower here because the red is not going down below white level 30. Not this candle. Could it the next candle? The next 12-hour candle? Well, it depends, because we're not going to assume this green is going to keep rising. This 12-hour candle still has 7.5 hours remaining before the next 12-hour candle. So over the next 7.5 hours, that green might be even higher, but also that green might be angled down. And the K line, yellow K line, may be angled down by the time this current 12-hour candle closes. Well, let's cut 12 hours in half to 6 hours. Looking at the 6-hour time frame here, at the moment, it's acting like it wants to reverse, go up. Look how low the red line is here in the 6-hour. Let me go full screen. Red line, let me increase the font size. Red line is at 16.75 over here to the far right. 16.75. This is the 6-hour time frame. It doesn't look like it's too ready to go up above white level 30, much less yellow level 50. To justify going up from the white lower to the basis or even the white aqua upper. If we do go up there all of a sudden with the red that low, if we go up to the white aqua upper, if this red line is not up here at the white aqua upper, this is the white aqua lower. If that red's not up here at the white aqua upper, if that price goes up here to the white aqua upper and that red line is not up here at the white aqua upper, that price is coming right back down. That's a bull trap if you see that. Like right here, our red line was above white level 70 for quite a while, and our price action remained above the white upper B band. But when that red was getting on the verge of going down below white level 70, now here we go, start falling down from the white upper B band. So when the price action went up here, our red is already above white level 70. So when our price action went up here, there's actually a decent chance it may stay up for quite a while until this red line gets ready to fall below white level 30. But especially once that blue line is on the verge of falling below 90, and that red is already below 90, once that blue is on the verge of falling below 90, we're falling down from the white upper to at least the basis in most cases. Then when the blue gets below white level 70 along with the red, now we can continue down to proximity to the white lower. Bottom line is, this red line has a lot of work, y'all, to justify us going up and remaining up for a sustained period of time. Like here, we went up and remained up for a sustained period of time because the red was already up here at the white aqua area. White aqua, which is level 70, level 80, level 90. The red was hanging up there for quite a while, where we stayed up at the white aqua upper B bands for quite a while. Sometimes a little higher than the white aqua upper B bands, sometimes a little higher. We're not ready for that yet. So again, if we came up to the white aqua upper, that is a bear trap. That is a bull trap. That is a bull trap if you saw that. Because the red line is not up here to help keep it up here. To help keep the price action up there at the white aqua upper. To help keep at the white aqua upper, because the red is above white level 70. We don't have that. So again, if you see that, that is a bull trap with that red this low in the 6-hour time frame. Right now, still, it's got a lot of work to do. I'm not convinced yet that distribution is done yet. I'm not convinced yet. For Cardano, I'm not convinced yet. Because even in the weekly, we were just at the 6-hour. Here we are at the weekly, where the red, man, it's got a lot of work to do, y'all. We may need another week and a half to 2.5 weeks before we got a good idea as to whether or not our sign of weakness was done yet, or it was done, acting as a selling climax, and this was our automatic rally that went up and eventually coming back down with a second test of support, potentially. If this is a higher low, but if this is a lower low, Well, there's a decent chance that that lower low was the end of our sign of weakness. That could all in distribution, phase E. That could also be acting as our selling climax in phase A of accumulation. But just seeing these energies this high in the 6-day, 5-day, 4-day, even the 3-day, the energy's already fallen. The red is not above yellow level 50. That's why the price action is falling. I know we're green currently on the current 3-day candle. That doesn't mean it's going to close green. How many hours do we have? How many 6-hour candles? That energy in that 4-hour starts falling, and that red's not above yellow level 50. Three and a half hours remaining in the current 4-hour candle. Looks like the red's getting ready to go above white level 30. So yes, we can go up from the white lower B band towards the basis. The next 4-hour candle, the blue line may be ready to go above white level 30. The next 4-hour candle, where we might go up to the white aqua upper, which is 0.4075 to 0.4120. Let's say 0.4075 to 0.4120 is what we'll say. That could be the max at the moment. Yeah, this is taking a lot of time. Ooh, excuse me. It's taking a lot of time for this to play out, to even know or get an idea of anything as far as schematics go, what event we are experiencing, and whether it's potential continued distribution, or have we already seen our sign of weakness in phase E that's acting as our selling climax followed by an automatic rally. But again, it's possible our sign of weakness may not be done yet. That's what we're waiting on to find out. Now, as far as trading this, again, this is another reason why I'm not providing signals on TradingView. I'm getting prepared to try to do automated signals for premium subs on my website. Ain't no way I'm going to be providing signals on TradingView to followers on TradingView. I'm not going to be, especially right now, monitoring all this stuff, waiting to see certain things and provide signals on when to open and then when to close, because I'm sure many who are not with the program, all right, you said open along, where are we going to? I don't know. We could go to here, we could go to here. You know, market conditions can change. That would keep it from going to where I'm saying, which is why I'd rather depend on my indicators to tell me when to close, just in case the market conditions change and it does not end up going to where I thought it may go to. But that's another reason why I don't like providing signals on TradingView. Because also I got to sleep at some point, and I can't tell you how many times I may have opened a trade but was sleeping when I should have closed the trade, or the exact opposite, where I was sleeping where I should have opened the trade. Bottom line, you just flat out miss the trade, then have people on trading, hey, you didn't provide a signal, what's happened on this, you didn't update us on this. No, well, they're not. My time has value, that's all I'm going to say, and I'm not going to provide services for free, like my time for free like that. I'm not going to do that. I'm just looking at the midterm group and then the long-term group one more time for ADA, because I think we still need another
2.5 to 3.5 days to get a decent idea of what event within which phase of which schematic. When I say of which schematic, of continued distribution, or have we ended distribution and beginning accumulation?
That's what we're waiting to find out. Yeah, I agree, Granddaddy. It's taken a lot of work, but it was important to me to have some type of concrete system, period. Some type of concrete system. If I can't sell it to myself, that system, if I can't sell it to myself to use that system myself with real money, ain't no way in hell I'm going to try to sell it to you if I can't sell it to myself. No, Because the last thing I want to do is be a scammer, try to sell you something that's not so. No. If I can't sell it to myself, I'm sure as hell not going to try to sell it to you. Yeah, I agree, Granddaddy Pert. Because I was beginning to see doing this myself. I'm not a robot. I can't stay up 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. And I'm kind of glad I took this time off to dive deeper, to create a system for entry and exit. Not necessarily for target, because that's a whole different animal. As far as after you open something, where's your target? That's a whole different animal. And there's no Pine script that we can create on TradingView to help us determine where a target range. At least not to the what is acceptable to me. I'm a little bit more strict, you might say, on things like that. I like better than approximate. I want to try to have at least 80% odds of, this is the range where it's going. I'm just looking at these long-term group here for a minute before getting off of ADA going to Bitcoin. Let me look at the macro, not super macro, just macro. The highest time frame in macro is 4 week. The highest time frame in super macro is 12 week. And that green's still falling in the 26 day, and we have 5 days remaining. That red is super low. Green ready. One day, 20 hours, 15 days, 20 hours, 22 day. So we'll get a new 11 day and a new 22 day in 1 day and 20 hours. So in that case, okay, here's 11 day. Let me go full screen with 11 day. It's possible that red might try to go up. We just don't know, but it's possible that red is about to go up above white level 30, the next 11 day candle that begins 1 day and 20 hours from now. Exchange time. It's possible. It may continue out, like right here was getting close to white level 30. The next candle, okay, it was just barely above white level 30. Barely. And that energy steadily getting close to level 50. Once it got to level 50, now we have downward pressure, downward momentum that lasts for how long? Until the white energy comes back up to level 50. Why am I saying that? Because the red is below level 50. Now if the red was above level 50 and the energy is going down, the moment the energy turns up, the price action can come up because the red's not below level 50. But then the next candle, the red does get below level 50 and the energy turns back down again. Now downward pressure is triggered to last for how long? Until the white energy comes back up above level 50, which really wasn't until here when looking at the 11-day. You could have seen this cleaner, so to speak, not as much noise if you, let's say, double the 11-day to 22-day. The red was below level 50. Downward pressure continues until the white energy gets above level 50. Energy crosses above level 50. Since the red's above level 50, upward pressure continues until the white energy gets below level 50 in this 22-day. Let's change that back to 11-day. So it is possible in 1 day and 20 hours it's possible that thing may potentially begin to go up. I'm certainly not going to say it will based on what we're seeing in the 4-day, 5-day, 6-day, and 3-day. What are we seeing in the 4-day, 5-day, 6-day, and 3-day? What are we seeing? Four-day, energy super high without the red above level 50. The very moment the energy begins falling, that price action can begin falling. Same thing in the 5-day, 6-day, and weekly. That energy starts falling and that red's not above level 50 in any of those time frames, including the 3-day. This energy's already falling. The red's not above level 50. It may get above level 50 too late when the energy's right here at level 50. You know, we wanted the red to cross above level 50 early while the energy's still rising, not while it's falling. This is the 3-day time frame, so it could still take 6 to 9 more days before we find out something, which may be right at around the election, y'all. If the S&P 500 has not dropped down significantly before the election, in my opinion, it most certainly will after the election. Seriously, I believe it will. And if the S&P 500 goes down, don't be surprised if Bitcoin and other cryptos go down as well. That's why I'm saying it's very possible. It's possible we may have begun a sign of weakness, but we're not done yet. This could be a last point of supply, going sideways here for a bit before falling down. You may be thinking we're in accumulation, we're going down for our second test of support, but it ends up falling, and falling, you know, and then our sign of weakness, it could be around here, around 28 cents. Then our sign of weakness may be done. Our sign of weakness in phase E, this is a sign of weakness, but right here, but we don't know if it's done yet. I'm not going to say we're done yet. We still need more time. This is the 3-day time frame. I need to see what happens after this energy in the 3-day comes down here to level 50. Where's the red line at? Where's the blue line at that time? Of course, I don't have the V-bands up yet, but we may still need 6 to 9 more days to play out, where in the meantime, I believe we could be sideways at the moment, ranging sideways at the moment, between about 38 cents and 41 cents. 38 cents and 41 cents. Why am I saying in between 38 and 41? Well, it's about 40 and a half. In the weekly, the red is not ready to go above white level 30, therefore the white lower B band is acting as a resistance. It's about 40 and a half, not quite 41. Can we wick up above it like we did right here? Yeah, but expect the candle to close, more than not, expect the candle to close below that white lower because the red is still below the white level 30. Yeah, so we may wick above it, but expect it to close below it. So we could be ranging still at the moment between around 38, 38 and a half, and 40 and a half or 41 until that white energy in the 3-day, which is right here, until this white energy in the 3-day is about to go below level 50. Once it's about to go to below level 50, now we have downward pressure, downward momentum continuing. For how long? Well, since if the red's still below level 50 at that time, well, downward pressure continues not only while the white energy's falling, but also while the white energy's rising. If that red were to turn down and still remain below level 50, downward pressure will continue not only while the white energy's falling, but also while the white energy's rising. The price action could still be falling. Well, actually it wasn't right here. That's not a good example. That's not a good example either. I'm not going to take the time to show you examples of the energy falling, but the energy rising, but the price action is falling while the energy's rising. Just as I've shown you how the price action can be rising while the energy's falling because the red line is above level 50. It's the exact opposite if the price action is going down. The price action can continue going down even while the white energy is going, if the white energy is below level 50. Even while the white energy is going up, the price action can still be falling because the red line is still below level 50. We still need about probably 6 to 9 more days. I'm going to say 5.5 to 9 more days. 5.5 days to 8.5 days. 5.5 to 8.5 more days. The remainder of this current 3-day candle that has 2.5 days, and all of the next 3-day candle where the energy may be down around level 60 maybe. Then the next candle after that, now we may be on the verge of beginning to find out, are we still in distribution or are we in accumulation? That all depends on when we have a pullback here, do we come down to a higher low or a lower low? And again, that's the 3-day time frame, which is the main time frame I like to use for my Wyckoff schematics. All right, let's go from ADA to Bitcoin. There's nothing I can really say for ADA. I'm certainly not going to provide signals right now for scalping or anything like that using the short-term group. I'm not doing that. As far as trying to provide something, as far as on the macro, are we near the end? Have we found bottom yet? Was our sign of weakness done yet? We don't know yet. We don't know yet. We have our energy still falling in the 3-day time frame without the red line above level 50. All right, so we may need a couple of more, this 3-day candle and the next 3-day candle to play out in full before then the next 3-day candle after that is where the energy could be falling below level 50 in the 3-day, and we then finally begin to determine if we're in accumulation or were we still in distribution. All right, let's close that, 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 close that. Now close that, And let's close. Let's reduce the font size here. Oh, increase it one right there. Let me close all these S&P 500s. Except for the Wyckoff schematic, I'll leave that open. BTC, USD. Let me just tell it BTC. That's what I was looking for, that one right there. Got this one all messed up. Let me tell that. 8 charts in a single window. And that should be the 2 week, 3 week, a 2 week, 3 week, 4 week, 5 week, 6 week, 8 week, 10 week, and 12 week. Okay, all that's set up now. Let me save. Alright, let me blow my nose again. Mute the mic. Alright, I'm back, but let me hit my e-cig a couple of times before I get started talking on Bitcoin. Select climax, second test of support. A very slow, simple rally. It's like a 3 drives up, but I mean, to me, This kind of looks more like a sign of weakness, up thrust, higher low, with a slow up thrust last point of supply event, followed by a slow exponential reaction, last point of supply, last point of supply. Selling climax, automatic rally, second test support, simple rally, test support, rally, test support, which I've seen multiple tests of support like this, similar in 2015. In phase B of accumulation, multiple tests of support without going up with any kind of serious, decent rallies. Right in here, it's quite a long period of time where we didn't go up with any serious rallies like we did with this automatic rally, second test support, simple rally, test support, test, before another rally, before our spring, up, test, sign of strength when we broke up above where these candles closed and above our preliminary support range right here. When we broke up above it, that's our sign of strength. We just transitioned from phase C as in Charlie to phase D as in Delta. All of this was our backup last point of support for then another sign of strength. And all of this kind of acted like another backup last point of support event. This was the Bitfinance hack, which created a lot of mess. That's why it was kind of like we had two backup last point of support events, because normally after your backup last point of support, you'll have a bunch of quick stair-stepping stones up to your buying climax. But the Bitfinance hack kind of postponed us doing that right here. So again, the main reason I went to here was to show that present day, if we are in accumulation, yes, it's possible in phase E to have multiple tests of support without a decent simple rally. It is. It's most certainly is possible. That's just providing an example. That yes, we could be in accumulation right now, and this is just multiple tests in phase B before finally going up with another simple rally. That is possible. But again, we don't know what we don't know until we know it. All you can do is just use the indicators to trade however you're going to trade, whether it's high time frame scalping, low time frame swing trading, high time frame swing trading. For large swings, that's the midterm group. Low time frame swing trading, that's your near term group. High time frame scalping, that's your short term group. It depends on what kind of trading that you're doing. Then you also have some that are just investors. Well, they're using higher than the midterm group. They're using the long macro and super macro group to determine when they want to begin accumulation and when do they want to begin distribution over a period of time. Dollar cost averaging out the same way that they dollar cost average in over a period of time. Some are just like that, where they're not trying to buy the very low on bottom, and they're not trying to buy the very top or sell the very top. Just want an average price near the top and an average price near the bottom as far as when they sell and when they buy back in over a period of time. They have other things that are more important to them that they'd rather be doing rather than spending their time in front of the computer day trading. Some are just like that. It did one more. Look at the 3-day. That's too tight. Let's go to our actual indicators. That's the immediate group. That's not telling us much there. Let's look at the short-term group. Here's that whipsaw again. These do not happen very often. This whipsaw here. Sometimes these occur, not very often, but when they occur, they can wreak havoc on what you're trying to accomplish as far as being a consistent, successful trader. You're not successful, in my opinion, unless you are consistent with your gains, not consistent losses, because then you're not successful. But yeah, this would have been one of those occasions that does not occur very often. This whipsaw, real quick, real tight whipsaw, especially in that one single candle. I'm sure that wreaked havoc on many people as far as day traders trying to trade that. Where I would have been happy with little to no loss, or with very little gain, or very little to no loss out of that whipsaw. Seriously, I'd have been happy with that. Those do not happen very much. What's the highest time frame in which the K line is above level 80, and the highest time frame in which the K line is below level 80 up to the 2-day time frame? No higher than the 2-day, just up to the 2-day time frame. Well, I tell you what, let's look at swing trading here for a moment. Low time frame swing trading, which uses the near term group, all of the near term group, that's what I'm in, 12-hour, 24-hour, 2-day, 3-day, 4-day, 5-day, 6-day, weekly. But we also use this 8-day and 9-day. And and the 10-day. 8-day, 9-day, and 10-day. Why also the 8-day, 9-day, and 10-day is similar to my high time frame scalping, where I'm using all of the short-term group, but I'm also using the 12-hour, 24-hour, and 2-day time frame in the near-term group. Well, for low time frame swing trading, you're using all of the short-term group and the 8, 9, and 10-day time frame. 8, 9, well, the 8's not right here, it's right here. 8, 9, and 10-day time frame. What's the highest time frame for swing trading in which the K line's above level 80? That would be the 10-day. That would be the 10-day. Let's cut that in half to 5 days. Let's cut that in half to 2.5 days. We don't have a 2.5 day time frame, so let's round that up to 3 days. Let's go to the 3-day time frame. The 3-day time frame right now is the time frame we would be using as far as the swing goes to open a swing short. Yes, the green's falling, less than 80 while falling. Is the ARI falling and less than 80 while falling? No, it was right here. Right here, and it would have, you probably would have gotten to that trade if you were using the 3-day. We would have to see which time frame was the highest time frame at this time in which the K line was above level 80, because it may have been you didn't go all the way up to the 10-day right here. You may have only went up to like the 6-day or the week. Well, probably not even, maybe only the 4-day or something. I don't know. This is the 3-day, 4-day, 5-day, 6-day was above 80. We were above 80 in the weekly right there. Let me move this to there. Where our yellow K line is above level 80 right there. Let's cut that in half. Well, not yet. Let's go from the weekly to the 8-day. The K line's not above level 80. What about the 9-day? K line is not above level 80. And the 10-day, the highest time frame of a swing trade script. So it ended up being, it was not the 10-day, 9-day, nor the 8-day. It was the 7-day or weekly. This is 7-day. Let's change the 7-day to weekly. Half of 7 days is 3.5 days. I said 2.5, my bad. If we have 7 days, that's 3.5 days. Let's round that up to the 4-day. So we cut a week, 7 days and a half, to 4 days, and we cut 4 days and a half to 2 days. You would use the 2-day time frame right here to determine when to open your short swing right here. So let's go to the 2-day time frame, where all we need in the 2-day is the green falling, less than 80 while falling, the red less than 90, it is, and we also need the ARI falling and less than 80 while falling. Well, that wasn't until right here, the next 2-day candle right here. And it probably would have been shortly just once we went right below that white upper B band. We'll see when we go to lower time frames. By the way, ignore that I said that. No, that was right. Because if we cut the weekly in half to 4 days, the 4-day, what's required in the 4-day? Green falling, less than 80 when falling. The red less than 90, it is. That's all that's required in the 4-day. Now when we cut that in half, 4 days to 2 days, now we need not just the green line, but we also need the ARI falling in less than 80 when falling. The green falling in less than 80 when falling. The red less than 90. Okay, we got that in the 2-day. What about the 24-hour? We got that. Green's falling. Right here. Green's falling. It's less than 80 when falling, and the red's less than 90, and the ARI is falling and less than 80 when falling in the 24-hour. Let's look at the 12-hour. Where we need the green falling. That would have been not the first half of that 24-hour candle, but the second half of that 24-hour, where we have the green falling, less than 80 when falling, and the red is less than 90, and the ARI is falling and less than 80 while falling in the 12-hour. So we went from the weekly to the 4-day, then the 2-day, then the 24-hour, then the 12-hour. That's 4 time frames. We need one more, the 6-hour. Where we need the green falling, right there it is, and it's less than 80 when falling. The red's less than 90, check, and the ARI is falling. It begun falling right there, and it's less than 80 when falling right there. So at that time, what time frame is the highest time frame in which the K line is less than 20? Well, this is the 6-hour, and we see already that K line is not less than 20. Let's cut that in half to 3 hours. Let's see where the K line was in the 3-hour time frame right there. And by the way, let me do something where I'm not having to drag back and forth a whole lot. Let's do this. I'm going to tell it replay and eliminate a lot of going back and forth. Let's do it right there. That way I don't have to do a whole lot of back and forth. All right, the 3-hour, the 6-hour was our lowest time frame of the 5 time frames for entry. The reason I'm going even lower than the 6-hour at the moment is because I'm trying to find out what time frame is the highest time frame in which the K line is below level 20. All right, now let me say this.
I have a default lowest set of time frames for closing trades for a high time frame scalping. I have not taken the time yet to see what I should have as the lowest set of time frames for closing positions in low time frame swing trading that uses the near term group along with the 8, 9, and 10 day in the midterm group. But we also use some time frames in the short term group, but for closing trades. For closing trades most of the time. And for opening trades as well. You see we went down to the 6 hour time, 6, then 12. But the 6 hour time frame was the only time frame in the short term group that we would have used for opening that swing. But yes, you can end up using even lower time frames for closing that swing trade that you just opened, just to be on the safe side. All right, I'm going to cut this 3 hour and a half one more time to 90 minutes. We may let the 90 minute be our absolute lowest time frame. I'm just kind of putting it on scale similar to what I'm doing with high time frame scalping, using the short term group. Let's let the 90 minute be our absolute lowest time frame that we use for closing a swing trade, where we need the green rising greater than 20. It was rising here but not greater than 20. Right here the ARI is rising, but you also need the green rising. Was the green rising right here? No, it was falling. The next candle after that, the green's rising, but you also need the ARI rising. It's not, it's falling. Then all this in here. It wasn't until right here where now we have the ARI rising above 20, but hey, you also need the green rising. Is the green rising? No, it's falling. So you still have it all that time. Yeah, the green was rising here with the ARI. It's even rising here, but all during that time, what was the green doing? It was falling. It was falling in that 90 minute. Wasn't until we got to here in the 90 minute where finally both the ARI is rising and the green's rising. Because when the ARI was rising here, the green was falling. When the ARI was rising here, the green was falling. When the ARI was rising here, the green was falling. We need both of them rising. And when rising, they need to be above level 20. Or that didn't occur until right here. Right here. That's just looking at the 90 minute. But hey, should we have even been using the 90 minute to close that trade right here? Because what if the 6 hour K line was below level 20 right there? Let's see. I'm going to 6 hours. And the K line is below level 20. What about the 12 hour? K line is below level 20. What about the 24 hour? K line's below level 20. What about the 2 day? Not below level 20. What about, so I go from the 2 day back to the 24 hour. We don't have, and TradingView won't let us have a 26 hour, 28 hour, 30 hour, 32 hour. TradingView won't let us do that with hours. 24 hours max on the hour scale. So when we went from 2 day down, the next lowest would be 24 hours, 1 day. The K line is below level 20. We cut the 24 hour in half to 12 hour and then cut that in half to 6 hour. Meaning the 6 hour time frame is being used at present to close the trade. What are the conditions for closing? Well, we need the green rising and greater than 20. We need the ARI rising and greater than 20. I'm going to have to press play. Remember I started the replay tool? I'm going to have to press play to look to see when we begin to get this ARI rising above level 20. Alright, so first let me do the speed to 1x and click play. I'm going to wait for that ARI to go above level 20.
in the 6-hour time frame. Oh, right there. Is the green also rising right there? No, the green's falling. It's not rising. We need the ARI rising, and it's above 20 when rising. We need the green rising, not falling. We need the green rising and above level 20 when rising. Right here, yes, the green was rising right there, but the ARI was falling right there, and it was not above level 20. Let me click play one more time, but before I do, I'm going to cut the speed from 1x down to 0.5x. Click play again. Oh, there we go. It was right here. It kept playing even though I'd clicked pause, y'all. It would have closed about right in here, not up here. It would close right in here, probably right where this candle opened. What would have closed? This swing trade, this short that you opened here and closed here. That you opened here would have been around the basis and closed there. How long did that take? For this low time frame swing trading where you're using primarily the near term group. 5 days. Over a period of 5 days, 7.25%. That's no leverage now. If you had 2x leverage, that's 14.5%. If you had 3x leverage, that's 21.75% gain over a 5-day period. That's not bad for swing trading right there. That's just giving an example on using the indicators to open that short and then close that short. Again, I prefer having a system that's organized and everything. Why? What's the main reason behind that? Because I want to take emotions out of it. But in order to take emotions out of trading, that requires trust. Big word. Trust. Do you have a system that you've designed, engineered, developed, created that you can trust? Because if you can design, create a system, engineer a system that you can trust, then you completely take emotions out of it. Your system says if you see this, this, and this, and this, that means I do this. Then once I've done this, now my system says I need to look at this, this, and this to decide when I need to do this. And you're just keeping it simple, stick to basics, your system, not letting it get emotional, just sticking to basics, not letting it get complicated. That's what I'm trying to accomplish here. That's been my goal these past 8 years. More than 8 years. No, that's been my goal. It's taking some time, but hopefully it won't take y'all 8 years like it does me. Or more than 8, a little more than 8 years. Hopefully it doesn't take y'all that long like it has me. Yeah, I feel like I'm getting closer too now, Granddaddy. I feel like I'm getting closer, bud. But I'm actually kind of glad I was the only one that understood all this that was created at first. Because that, I also, after starting the website, I was beginning to see pretty quick like I wasn't getting very good sleep and all that. I was like, man, I don't know how much longer I'm going to be able to keep doing this all by myself. Because it's going to take too long to train other people up. Etc., etc. And that's when I started getting motivated to, you know what, now it's time to create a script that could be used for a bot. But it's time to create a script myself to help me, because I can't do all this by myself. Monitor all this by myself, even while I'm sleeping. All right, what time frame we at now? Okay, and that, then I need to cut this in half, and that in half to get this, and this, which means I need to set an alarm here for this, and an alarm here for that, and an alarm here for this. Could you imagine doing that on just one pair? Now imagine doing that on several pair that you're monitoring. That's why you need a script that can monitor all that can alert you of when you need to do something, whether it be to open or to close a trade. Yeah, not only do I want to have a script for high time frame scalping for shorts, a script for high time frame scalping for longs, I also want a script for low time frame swing trading for shorts and low time frame swing trading for longs. And then I may also do one for high time frame swing trading, which basically leans more towards the investor. Just let me know when I need to begin buying. I don't care about all this stuff that's going on in between. Just let me know when I need to begin buying. Well, that's what that script would be for. Or let me know when I need to begin selling. Dollar cost averaging out of the market. They want to know when they need to begin dollar cost averaging out. When do they need to begin dollar cost averaging in? That's what that script's going to be for. So basically, 6 total scripts for different types of trading. Why 6 instead of 3? Because it needs scripts for shorts and scripts for longs for each of those 3. Yeah, I didn't have time for you. Right, I didn't have time for anything. No time with my family. That was also frustrating me too. Is my son, his early years in life, I was spending very little time with him. I have to do something to change that, and of course that requires time to change that. And I appreciate y'all's patience, y'all. But I believe your patience is going to pay great dividends. Your patience with me is going to pay great dividends. Especially those of y'all who signed up early, because I'm telling you, once the script is done and I begin providing signals, that 1 quarter, 3-month price is going to jump up from $150 to $250 a quarter. But everybody who's already signed up, they're grandfathered in. They will remain $150. Those who come in after it's $250, now that's their grandfathered price, because then once I'm no longer manually providing signals given to me from my script, I then manually enter them out for everybody else. When I graduate from that to having everything automated, now we're jumping from $250 a quarter to about $300 or $350 a quarter. But those who started out with $150, that $150 is still grandfathered in. Those who were at $250, they're still grandfathered in at $250 and not paying $350 per quarter. Of course, there's discounts for 6 months, even more of a discount for 9 months, even more of a discount for 12 months. That's the goal, what eventually getting to. I'm making sure that those who join me early, they will benefit for their patience by having their subscription price grandfathered in. It stays there unless they unsubscribe for more than a year and then want to come back, sign back up again, then it's no longer grandfathered in. But let me say this, if they stayed with me for 2 years before unsubscribing, well, they would have 2 years to subscribe back before losing their grandfathered price. Let's put it that way. Depends on how long they were subscribed before finally unsubscribing. However much time that they were unsubscribed, no less than a year, of course, they can subscribe again and still have their same grandfathered price. Yeah, you have a point there, especially if they're making money. They're making more than enough to cover their subscription every 3 months, or every 6 months, or every 9 months, or every 12 months. Just depends on what package that they're getting. Yes, I'm putting a plug in there, but it won't be long, y'all. I'm letting everybody in the trading scene, the trading realm, the analytical realm, it won't be long. People are going to begin to find out this David Ward with WyckoffMode, he's serious, y'all. You need to check him out. That's what I'm trying to get to. I want to try to be up there at the level with the 5 titans of all time, Richard D. Wyckoff being one of those 5 titans. I want to make them say the top 6 titans, or the top 10, and I being one of those top 6 or top 10. But of course that may take decades. I tell you what, Wyckoff would be thrilled to have this technology. He would be eating it up. Ain't no telling what he would have come up with. Yep. But again, with swing trading, you see what could have been accomplished right there. When you opened, when you closed. A B-band threshold, even for swing trading, would have to be established. B-band threshold. For when you decide, in other words, if the volatility is low, you want to try to avoid executing a lot of trades during low volatility. So just as I'm having to determine what the B-band threshold is for a high time frame scalping, that's the only thing that's not dynamic in my script. Opening trades and closing trades will be dynamic in my script. But B-band threshold to determine when we have increased volatility or no volatility, that's not dynamic. It's not. That is fixed. It's not dynamic. Right now, the way I have my script designed, it's only going to be 1 time frame instead of 2 time frames, in which I monitor the percentage spread between the white upper and white lower B-band, where the percentage spread needs to break a certain percentage. Break that threshold before a signal is even provided to open a long or a short position. Well, I'm sure I'll likely have to do the same thing for swing trading. And that can vary from one pair to the next as far as what time frame to choose to use the percentage spread, the B-band spread between the white upper and white lower B-band for your threshold to basically then say, yeah, there's enough volatility here to get involved with trading. Because I don't want to be over trading when the market's sideways. See, here, these B-bands are spread pretty wide, yet we went sideways for quite a while here. Stuff like that, I'm still having to think through, even right here too. Stuff like that, I'm still having to think through. But I believe I've got it designed in a way where even if I did not have a B-band threshold and you did have a losing trade, it would be able to close the trade majority of the time without too much of a loss. Without, in other words, when it closes the trade, it would not be what I would consider an unacceptable loss as far as money management and risk management goes. Trying to design that as far as the closing part, that when it closes, if there is a loss, it's minimal loss. I want my losses to be small while keeping my gains large. But we can't have gain without taking a risk. So this system that I created helps us determine when to take those risks. All right, let's get off of that and back to my analysis. Enough of teaching there again. Sorry I got off into low time frame swing trading. Low time frame swing trading is the near term group. High time frame swing trading is the mid-term group. High time frame scalp trading is the short-term group. Low time frame scalp trading is the immediate group. 5 second, 15 second, 30 second, 1 minute, 2 minute, 3 minute, 4 minute, 5 minutes. Going on up to 30 minute, where you then go up every 4 minutes, then the 40 minute, where then you go up every 8 minutes, to the 60 minute, then the 80, 90, 100, 120, and 240. Yes, I have a low time frame scalping script in mind as well, but the problem may be 5 second, 15 second, and 30 second. How fast 3 commas can react from script signals, for how many pairs, things of that sort. So with low time frame scalping, using a script with a bot for that may have to be done using Python and your own connection to the exchange or broker or whatever. Not using 3 commas as your middleman, but the exchange that you're on has an API, and it would take signals, let's say, from your script, rather than using 3 commas as a middleman. But you have a Python bot that's also has everything set up in Python. That includes Phoenix Ascending, Phoenix ARI, Stochastic RSI, all built in Python, not PineScript. We'll already have Phoenix Ascending, about to also have Phoenix ARI, also built in Python. I don't have the B-bands built in Python, but yeah, excuse me, yeah, it is. I want to say the B-bands are built in Python now. Somebody else has been working on that. Let me delete that. Delete that. I might as well delete that and delete that. Now let's save. We haven't had time to figure out the best band threshold for the swing trades, but then again, you keep changing the high time frame scalping thresholds. Yeah, I haven't quite. I wish that would require more time. I have a couple of ideas on how to make the B-band threshold dynamic to change with market conditions, the same way as I have opening trades dynamic and closing trades dynamic. As far as making the B-band threshold dynamic, I have a couple of ideas, but here's the problem. In the script, badass B-bands is not a part and cannot be a part of Phoenix ARI. See, I made Stochastic RSI part of Phoenix Ascending, about to also make Phoenix ARI part of or included with Phoenix Ascending, where they're all one script. Well, can we also put badass B-bands included in Phoenix Ascending with Stochastic RSI and with Phoenix ARI? It may be that you can, maybe. What would be the purpose behind doing that? Security calls in PineScript. Security calls in PineScript. We're limited to 40. Well, right now with Phoenix Ascending, stochastic RSI, and it's about to be Phoenix ARI, all built into one indicator, it's easy to still have 39 time frames to monitor the K line, the D line of the stochastic RSI, the green line, the energy, the red line, the blue line of Phoenix ascending, and the Phoenix ARI line. You know, all those built in there to monitor 39 time frames. But now Badass B-bands is a totally separate indicator, which requires a totally separate security call. It's not built in with Phoenix ascending, stochastic RSI, and Phoenix ARI. It's not built in with it, where I can monitor the B-bands in 39, or in this case, might as well do 40 time frames, because it's not built in. You know, it's a totally separate indicator. It's in a separate window, not the same window, things of that sort. It may be that it can be built, I don't know. Have to do more research, because if it turns out we can also build it in, we can. If we can also build it in where we can also monitor, in that case, we can go ahead, instead of 39, use 40 different time frames. And there would be certain conditions. Again, I have a couple of ideas for that. I'm not going to get into that right now. But as far as making the B-band threshold dynamic, so that, you know, that's basically to help as far as avoid over trading. Trying to avoid trading when there's very little volatility, and only trade when we have increased volatility. But again, also that depends on what kind of trading are you doing. High time frame scalping, low time frame swing trading, high time frame swing trading. You know, you may be doing all three types of trading. I don't know, but it's going to vary, the B-band threshold, as far as when you trade and when you don't. But one goal at a time. One goal at a time. That's later. That's not important right now. I don't necessarily have to have that right now. At least I don't believe I do. Have to have that right now. B-band threshold being dynamic. I don't think I have to have that right now at the moment. When getting ready to provide signals to my premium subs, they've already been waiting long enough. And I believe it will be good enough without a dynamic B-band threshold. I think it will still be good enough to provide signals from it. All right, I already pointed out, excuse me, get that back, that back, that back, that back, that back, that back. I already pointed out with a low time frame swing trade using the near term group. Yes, you were also using the 8-day, 9-day, 10-day, which was the highest time frame used for low time frame swing trading, the 10-day, and the 10-day K line was greater than 20. But I walked through all of this on how we would have opened a short and then closed the short right here. Now, would we be opening a long here where we close this short? Will we be opening a long? What's the highest time frame in which the K line is below level 20? Not greater than level 80. What is the highest time frame less than level 20? Well, first let's look at the 10-day. K line's way above level 20. Same thing, the 9-day, 8-day. Now we're in the near term group. Well, I come down to the 12-hour, the K line's below level 20, but not the 24-hour. So 12-hour. Let's look at the 14-hour. K line's below 20. Let's look at the 16-hour. K line's below 20. Let's look at the 18-hour. K line's below 20. Let's look at the 20-hour. K line's below 20. Let's look at the 22-hour. K line's below 20. Well, and right here's the 24-hour where the K line is not below 20. So right now, the 22-hour time frame is the highest time frame in which the K line is below, I say again, is below level 20. If you were to open a trade here, this is kind of in between a low time frame swing and high time frame scalp. The 22-hour time frame, the highest time frame on high time frame scalp is 2-day time frame. Here we are in the 22-hour, almost a full day, almost 24 hours. Where we were getting close to getting out of a high time frame scalp into a low time frame swing as far as opening a long position. So when you do open a long position here, if you are a low time frame swing trader, primarily using the near term group, just realize if you were to open a long here, it's possible we could be on the verge of a swing here, but you just don't know yet. But if you want to have a chance, an opportunity to have gains, make gains, you have to be willing to make risk or take risk. In this case, the 22-hour time frame is the highest time frame in which the K line is below level 20. Let's cut that in half to 11 hours. All right, let's cut this 22-hour in half to 11 hours. We need the green line rising, greater than 20 when rising. We need the ARI, the ARI is not part of the 11 hour at present. Cut the 22-hour and a half to 11 hour. The green line needs to be rising and greater than 20 when rising. We got that. And the red needs to be greater than 10. We got that. Let's cut 11 hour in half. 11 hours is 660 minutes. 11 times 60 is 660. Let's cut 660 in half. That's 330. 330 minutes, that's 5.5 hours, which is half of 11 hours. So the 330 minute, need the green rising and greater than 20 when rising. Check. Need the red line greater than 10. Check. Need the ARI rising and greater than 20 when rising. Check. We got that. Let's go ahead and get a vertical timeline here on that. You see the ARI is fluctuating, but y'all saw it was up. It may be, by the time we're done with this candle, it may not be above, but still a trade would have been open. Maybe. Let's see. Let's keep going. And by the way, let me change this from blue to aqua. All right, let's cut 330 in half to 165 minutes. That's half of 330. Where we need the green rising, greater than 20 when rising, and the red greater than 10. We got that. We need the Phoenix ARI also rising and greater than 20 when rising. We got that in the 165 minute. Let's cut 165. Well, half of 160 is 80. Let's just say 80 minute. We don't have 82 and a half. We could do 82, but no, I'm not doing that in my script. I'm only limited to 39 time frames. So I have to choose a time frame that's pretty close to half of 165. In my list of time frames, I have 80 as the time frame I'm using as half of 165. So we go to 80, where the green is rising, greater than 20 when rising, and the red is greater than 10. Also, the ARI is rising and greater than 20 when rising. It's way up here. All right, so the 22 hour, we cut that in half to 11 hour. That's one of 5 time frames. Cut, and 11 hours is 660 minutes. We cut that in half to 330 minutes. That's the second of 5 time frames. Cut 330 in half to 165 minute time frame. That's the third of 5 time frames. We'll cut 165 and a half to 80 minute. That's 4 of 5 time frames. We need one more where we cut 80 to 40. Phoenix ARI at 100 is considered rising, just as Phoenix ARI at 0 is considered falling. So it's rising. It's at level 100. That's considered rising. It's greater than 20 and rising. The green is rising and greater than 20 when rising, and the red line is greater than level 10. It's way on up here. So all of these conditions were met here where a long would have been opened here. A long position would have been open here based on the 40, based on the 80, because all the conditions were met. Double that to 165 is where we were. All the conditions were met there. Double that to the 330 where all the conditions were met there. And then the 660, which is 11 hours. And you see, well, you may not can see it's pretty small, but it says 11H, 11 hour time frame, where the green is rising. Now keep in mind here recently, I'm currently testing because my current conditions, I have the K line as part of my requirement, but not in the 11 hour, excuse me. The only requirement is the green rising and greater than 20 when rising. We got it, it's at 21.4. We have no requirement for the ARI in the highest time frame of our 5 time frames. We have no requirement for the ARI, only the green line. And I believe I want to also make the red line, where the red needs to be greater than 10 for a long, and it is. And the green needs to be rising and greater than 20 when rising. It is. All right, so that condition is met for the 11 hour, and all the conditions were met in the 4 other lower time frames where a long would have been open here. Now, when do you close that long? When do you close that long? Well, the 22-hour time frame, and especially the 11-hour, that's considered part of high time frame scalping. We are technically not in low time frame swing territory here. This is a high time frame scalp, kind of on the upper end of our time frames, our 40 time frames for high time frame scalping. It's on the upper end, but still technically this is a high time frame scalp. Therefore, I'm going to limit myself on how high of a time frame that I allow for closing this trade, because this is considered a high time frame scalp. I don't want to begin going into even higher time frames than the 2-day time frame for a low time frame swing, such as the 3-day, 4-day, 5-day, 6-day, so on and so forth, where you're looking for the K line greater than 80, which we even got that in the weekly. So what we would have opened a long using the 11 hour, 330 minute, 165 minute, 80 minute, and 40 minute, only to turn around and cut the weekly in half to 4 days, cut that in half to 2 days, only to use the 2-day time frame to close that short. Well, in the 2-day, green's already falling. It's less than 80 when falling. Red is less than 90. Is the ARI falling and less than 80? No. But that's the only thing lacking to close this long if you were using the 2-day time frame based on conditions for low time frame swing trading. I hope I didn't just confuse the hell out of everybody just then. It's stuff that I've been designing, engineering myself in my brain, as far as to differentiate between high time frame scalping, low time frame swing trading, high time frame swing trading. I've determined you have to decide when you open a trade, like in this instance, is this a scalp or is this a swing? Technically, in my opinion, this is a swing. I mean, this is a scalp. This is a scalp. I'm not going to wait for the weekly time, not the weekly, it would have been the 2-day. We have the weekly to 4-day, half the 4-day to 2-day, where we need the green falling, less than 80 when falling, we got that. Need the red less than 90, we got that. but we also need the ARI falling and less than 80 when falling. We don't have that. Well, if we did that, do you realize in these other time frames like this 11 hour, it might have to move way down here in the 11 hour, 2, 3, maybe 4, possibly 5% before this ARI in the 2-day finally gets below level 80 in the 2-day. So again, that's another reason why I have to differentiate, is this a swing trade or is this a scalp? I consider this a scalp. Therefore, I'm not going up to the 2-day time frame to close this trade. You know, the 2-day time frame is the highest time frame in my list of time frames for scalping. Is the K line above level 80? No, it's below level 80. It's below level 80. Therefore, I will not half the 2-day to 24 hour, then half that to 12 hour to then use the 12 hour to close this. No. The 2-day, the 24 hour is not above level 80. I already know the 22 hour down to the 12 hour. The K line is not above 80. Let's go to the short term group. 8 hour, not above 80. K line, yellow K line, not above 80, not above 80. We're above 80 in the 90 minute. We're above 80 in the 90 minute. What about the 105 minute? I'm going to change the 2 hour to 105 minutes. That yellow K line is not quite above level 80. We still have another hour and 4 minutes before the next 105 minute candle. Let me just make sure the 135 minutes not above it. It's not. It's close. It's close. Another 49 minutes we have a new 135 minute candle where the K line might be above level 80. What about the 150? Because I also have that in my list of time frames. No, the K line's close to level 80, but not quite. And let's look at the 165 minute. No. Let's also look at the 180 minute. No. All right, so 105 minute, the K line was not. The next lowest time frame would be 90 minute. Well, I already have the 90 minute right there. 90 minute. Let's cut that in half to 45 minutes. Cut that in half to 20 minutes. So I'll put the 20 minute right here. I need the green falling in the 20 minute. Less than 80 when falling. Let's go full screen with that. I need the green falling less than 80 when falling. I need the red less than 90. It is. I need the green falling. Right now it's rising. Also, I need the ARI falling and less than 80 when falling in the 20 minute time frame. That's what we need at the moment. Why? The K line in the 90 minute is the highest time frame in which our K line is greater than 80. We opened a long here, and I placed this blue. I need to make it aqua. And that aqua should be yellow when I open shorts. I like making yellow. When I open longs, I like having aqua. Where a long position was opened here, and right now we would be using the 20 minute time frame to close that long position if conditions are met. Why? Because the K line in the 90 minute is above level 80. We cut 90 minutes in half. That's 45 minutes. Cut that in half, that's about 22 and a half minutes, but I'm limited on the number of time frames. Right now 39, because the 40th security call or 40th time frame I use for B-band threshold. So technically 39 time frames. I'm limited. So I'm not doing exact for each one. I wish they would create what I call a premium plus account. Not just a premium account, but a premium plus account where you have no limitation at all on how many security calls you can have in your scripts.
You might call that an enterprise subscription. A Premium Plus subscription would be like an enterprise subscription that may also be providing signals to people and have multiple people working with them on multiple computers. Need more than 5 computers to be able to access that account at any time because it's an enterprise account. May need 10, 15, 20 with multiple employees or whatever. That's what I'm going to try to talk them into doing, to see if TradingView might consider that, letting those with Premium Plus, in other words, create another level, a higher level, a Premium Plus or Enterprise account that is able to have more than 40 security calls in each script. I'm going to try to talk them into that. All right. What else are we looking for? Remember, I just pointed out a minute ago, the next time frame after 90 minutes is 105. We have an hour left before the next 105-minute candle. But after 105 minute, 120 minutes is next, which is 2 hours. We've just begun a 2-hour candle, y'all. I don't know if y'all can see that. There's 1 hour, 59 minutes, and 35 seconds remaining in the current 2-hour candle. It's just begun. Look at that K line. Here's level 80. It just went above level 80. It managed to do so before, let me reduce the font of this again. One more time. This K line in the 2-hour managed to go above level 80 before the conditions to close the trade were met in the 20-minute. The conditions to close the trade in the 20-minute has not met yet. But since the K line in the 120-minute, the 2-hour, since it's gone above level 80, what does that mean? We cut the 120 in half, that would be 60 minutes, 1 hour. We cut that in half to 30 minutes. Now instead of the 20-minute, we're going to use the 30-minute time frame to close this long position. We just transitioned. This is dynamic. This is not fixed, where we use these fixed set of time frames and only those time frames to open a long position at any given time. And then once we open it, then we only use these time frames to close this trade at any given time. That too is fixed. No, I want dynamic because market conditions can change. They're not always the same, where you can always use fixed set of time frames. It's folly to assume that you can use fixed set of time frames in a script, especially for a bot, to open and close trades. It needs to be dynamic for both opening and closing, both. And y'all are seeing how I made it dynamic. It depends on the K line, the yellow K line of the stochastic RSI. Is it above level 80 or below level 20? And in what time frame? That's the highest time frame now. Whatever's the highest time frame in which the K line is above level 80 or below level 20, as far as whether you open a short or close a long, or open a long and close a short. You know, it all depends. All right, but we're now at the 30-minute where we need the green line falling, less than 80 when falling, but we also need the ARI falling and less than 80 when falling. We also need the red less than 90. It is. Here's 90 right here, but the red is currently at 81. That's less than 90. But we need the green falling, less than 80 when falling. We need the ARI falling and less than 80 when falling to close that long position that would have been opened where? Let me go, because we went from the 11 hour 660 to 330 to 165 to 80 and then 40. So let me go to
40 right here. So it wasn't long that was opened right here, because that 40 was at the beginning of that. That's at the 520 mark. 520 mark. 520 mark. $5.20 was right here, because here's 5 even. The next candle's 5.30. Well, that's after 5.20, so it was right here. That needs to be aqua for a long, where a long was just opened, would have been just opened, based on what we conditions due to the K line in the 22 hour being below level 20, highest time frame being below level 20. Cut that in half, 22 hours to 11 hours, where all we require is the green line conditions and the red line, and then half that, 11 hours to 5.5 hours, or 330 minutes, so on and so forth. I'm not going to repeat that and be redundant. Then I also showed you how we determine what time frames currently we're using to close the trade. I just showed you how we transitioned from using the 20-minute time frame to close to now using the 30-minute time frame to close. This scalp, this is not a swing, especially if you're in the 30-minute time frame deciding when to close that swing right now. In my opinion, this is not a swing trade. This is a scalp, a high time frame scalp. All right, now the 2 hour, the K line had went above level 80. It went above level 80. Now when do we have our next 105? I know that's less than 120, but I'm just wondering when we have our next 105. All right, when do we have our next higher after 120 is 135. When's our next 135 minute? 38 minutes from now. 38 minutes from now. Where that K line in the 135 will likely be above level 80. It has a decent chance of being above level 80. So for the next 38 minutes, we're going to see if conditions are met in this 30 minute to close the trade before the K line in this 135 minute can get above level 80. But half of 135, let's just say half of 140 is 70, and half of 70 is 35. 35 minutes. Is 35 minutes? Yes, it is. I do have a 35 minute time frame in my list of time frames for a high time frame scalping. I'm just curious what the 35 minute time frame looks like. We need the green falling less than 80 when falling. It is. The red less than 90. It is. Is the ARI falling and less than 80 when falling in that 35? No. But again, we're not using the 35 minute yet. We're still using the 30 minute to determine when to close that trade. Next highest time frame after 135 would be 150 in my list of time frames. K line's currently at 71.9, almost 72. The next candle that begins in 1 hour 21 minutes, that K line may be above level 80. So again, I'm showing the transition. Each time a K line in a higher time frame goes above level 80 for this long, we've opened a long, and now as far as determining when to close that short, it depends on when we have K lines crossing above level 80, and then we cut them in half twice, like this 2 hour, cut that in half to 1 hour, cut that in half to 30 minute. That's why the 30 minutes over here currently, where green falling less than 80 when falling, red less than 90. We got that. We're waiting on the ARI to fall in less than 80 when falling. Seeing how it was opened here, are you at risk of having a loss here? Yeah, but not that much. Hey, it's 0.9% spread between that white upper and white lower. 0.9 between those two. So technically, these B bands are kind of tight in this 30-minute time frame, y'all. They're kind of tight. They're less than 1% spread between those two. So if it ends up coming down and you had a loss, it's not going to be a big loss. The only way it would be a big loss is if you had a lot of leverage. In a margin position, you had a ton of leverage. Well, I don't teach having a ton of leverage in my risk management, money management, and risk management lessons on the website. No. Am I saying don't do that? Now, there are times, on occasions, not very often, but on occasions where I may use 20, 25, even consider 30x, but I mean the planets have to really be aligned on the indicators as well as aligned with what I'm seeing using Wyckoff method before I start seriously consider more leverage or large amount of leverage. So that's not very often. I like to be consistent, not only as far as when we open and close trades, being consistent on using a certain system, but also be consistent on how we manage our money, our equity, and how we manage our risk. Be consistent. Have strict rules. Do not break them. Have strict adherence to them. Yeah, you may allow times to use more leverage, but you even have rules for that, for when you do that. And that's not very often. But yes, you will do it. I will. But again, certain planets have to align for me to do that. And we're pretty much the same here with Bitcoin as we are with Cardano. Let me look at the schematic here again for a second. Are we done going up yet? Excuse me for yawning. See, that's hard to say if we're done going up yet. That's the 6 hour. Let me go over here to the near term group. Yeah, I meant here for the near term group. Again, if that energy begins falling in that, this is not the near term group, that's mid-term group. Here's the near term group. Okay. And that needs to be 12 hour. But again, technically this long that just opened here, that's not a swing trade. That's a scalp. That is a scalp. I like that in the 6 day, the red went above yellow level 50, implying that the price action has increased odds of going above the yellow B-band basis up towards the white upper. Because the red has gone above yellow level 50, we can go up above yellow B-band basis. The odds are actually quite decent for it when looking at the 6 day, looking at the 5 day, red and blue about to go above yellow level 50. Right now though, it's acting as resistance. I wonder if we have a higher time frame to help us identify our ceiling of resistance that we're going to have a hard time going above for a while, and we will continue to range sideways. I don't know. Let's see. Let's go to a higher time frame. I'm curious about the 20-day time frame, just as what we had for S&P 500, the 20-day time frame. Need this red line to get up, be up here to be on the verge of going above white level 30 to increase the odds of going up above the white lower B band that's currently at 21,553. That's acting as resistance. It's got to be acting as resistance because we're going to have a hard time going up from it and remaining above it, close above it, if this red line is not ready to go above white level 30. We still have 13 days and 18 hours remaining in this current 20-day candle where 21,553 is likely to be very strong resistance at present. At least that's the way it looks at the moment. We're looking at the 20-day. Let's half that and look at the 10-day. So let's go to the 10-day right here. Let's blow up the, that's not the 10-day, that's 6-day. Let's make it 10-day. Now let's go full screen with it. The basis is 23,690, but is the red ready to go up above the yellow level 50? No, so if we did go up to or near the basis, that's it. That's the ceiling of resistance. But right now, we're in, the red is in between yellow B-band basis and white lower B-band. So the price action is in between yellow B-band basis and white lower B-band because the red line is in between the yellow level 50 and white level 30. That's why this line is a dashed line that's white and yellow, indicating in the middle, in between white lower and yellow basis, which that's where we are. The price mean is saying that's about where the fair market value or price is at this particular time, halfway between the basis and the white lower B band. The ARI is rising. If it can get above level 20, like we did here, going up. Like we did here, started going up. Like we did here, start going up. In this 10-day time frame, we still have 3 days, 18 hours. So the next 10-day candle, we'll see. We'll see. I still believe the 20-day is holding us back. Because again, we have 3 days, 18 hours remaining in this current 10-day candle. The 20-day candle, we have 13 days, 18 hours, not 3 days, 18 hours. So and again, this red is not ready to go above white level 30 here, and this blue is not ready to go above 10 yet. So even in 3 days, 18 hours, we get a new 10-day candle. Hey, don't be surprised if that energy begins falling. And the price action falling again. But maintain support of the white lower. Why maintain support of the white lower? Is the red line ready to make a U-turn going down below white level 30 to justify that we can go down from the white lower B band towards the aqua lower B band? No, we don't see that anytime soon yet. That's why I'm kind of wondering if we're still ranging sideways here a while, y'all. There's a good chance we may still be ranging sideways a while. It's possible we could be in something like this. Like this right here that we saw back in 2019. It's possible we can be in something like that for then finally, like in the 20-day time frame when the red line gets to where it's going above white level 30, where we can go up from the white lower B band to the B band basis in the 20-day. That's when we might can see a move like that. In the 10-day, because I'm in the 10-day right now, if we were to look at that in the 20-day, let me go and move this to right there, and let's look at the 20-day. That's right here now. The red is just under. Let me get the values out. Let me put this here. The red line is at 27.78, almost 28. It's on the verge of going above level 30. But hey, it only needed to go above level 20 and rising. Green line rising above level 20 and rising. Red line above level 10, got it. ARI is rising above level 20, rising. We got all of that there in this 20-day time frame. You know, that high of a time frame, you got all of those conditions being met right there. Yeah, it's a good chance you're going up right there. But the previous 20-day candle, which is right here, the red line was at 16. Well, that's above 10. That's good. The green line is above 20 and rising. But look at our ARI. Just like present day. You know, look at our ARI. All right. Again, this is the 20-day time frame. We were not quite ready. We're just below the white lower B band. When we were getting on the verge of going above white level 30, that's when we began to be going up from the white lower B band. And that may be the same case here. There's a chance the next 20-day candle, that red line may be about right here at about 27 something, just like we were at 27 something back here. Right? Excuse me. Just like we were at 27 something right here. But hey, I don't want to assume that's going to happen the next 20-day candle. What can help us determine whether or not we may see history repeat itself? Present day, similar to what we saw right here in 2019. Well, instead of looking at the 20-day, let's look at the 30-day. See the 30-day right here? ARI, but the red was going up right here. Our red's still going down at the moment. Yes, it's good to see the K line rising. The K line is starting to get a greater than the D line. That's good to see, but man, I mean, it's possible to make a U-turn here, just like how we made a U-turn there. How many days? 23 days, 13 hours. Excuse me, 23 days, 18 hours. That white lower B band at 24,380, that's going to remain resistance for quite some time yet. Just like right here, when this was still falling, hadn't even made the U-turn yet. It's good that we have the green turning up. So let me go right here with the green turning up right here. So at history, we could be right there, where the green was turning up, red line making contact with the green while it's going up, indicating upward pressure, but we don't have the Phoenix ARI going up yet. The next candle after that, we don't have the Phoenix ARI going up yet, and we still have not gone up from the white lower B band yet. And again, this is the 30-day time frame. So, you know, we could still be ranging sideways quite a while with this white lower B band in the 30-day at 24,380. Might as well say 24,500. Very strong resistance there. It's going to be a while before we even think about going up from that yet. That's why I'm seeing some people on YouTube saying, look, man, we're going up to 30,000. Well, if we're going up to 30,000 right now, people are going to be waiting a long time. The odds are very high. Let's say that. The odds are very high. They're going to be waiting a long time for this to be going up to 30,000. That's my opinion, of course. But they're going to be waiting a long time for this to break out above this white lower B band that's at 24,000 before we even think about going up from that white lower B band to 30,000. But that's my opinion. We'll see what happens. We'll see who's right. But seriously, I've been seeing people on YouTube saying, look, we're going up to 30,000 now. Well, I tell you what, it's not going to go up there in a week. It's not the way they wanted to apply, or a couple of weeks. It's not even going to do it in a couple of weeks. It's going to take at least a month, if not more, before we even think about seeing 30,000. That's my opinion. All right, let's cut, or 30 days. Let's look at 40 days for the hell of it. Still comparing. This red's below 20. This red's above 20. Green was not turning up yet. Green's not turning up yet. Okay. Instead of 10 days, let's look at 5 days. I'm going to start going down now. Let's look at 5 days, because we already looked at the 40 day, already looked at the 30 day, looked at the 20 day, looked at the 10 day. Let's look at 5 day again. But we're going to compare it to back here. Green line was already rising. This red and blue's above level 50. Right here, this red and blue did not get above level 50. Red is above level 50 here. Blue is above level 50 here. So now the red and blue are above level 50. Right there in the white aqua upper B bands. Are we about to go up from the yellow B band basis to the white aqua upper B bands? It's certainly possible. But again, are we going to just bum rush up to 30,000? No. In my opinion, we're not. If we did, gosh, we're overextended. Get ready to short the heck out of that. Because there's indicators in higher time frames that's saying that we should be nowhere up near that if we went up to that. All of a sudden. Plus, from what I'm seeing in other time frames saying that we shouldn't be going up above the white lower B band, should be acting as a ceiling of resistance. That's not to say that we cannot overextend. Yes, it's possible to overextend in the 5 day, even the weekly, to overextend up. But if we overextend up in those time frames, I'm thinking 24,003 to 24,005 is about it. Our ceiling of resistance is right there. Us blasting through 25,000 up to 30,000? No. Not the way I'm seeing some people saying on YouTube. I'm not going to say any names, but I've seen some people saying, yep, we're going up to 30,000 and slowly going up to 30,000. They were implying it could take 2, maybe 3 weeks to do it. Gosh, I'd be surprised if we did that in 30 days based on what I'm seeing. I'd be very surprised if we did that in 30 days. Because I'm seeing if we did do that, it could take over 30 days to do that. Still waiting for massive longs, liquidations as a sign of weakness, phase E on macro scale 2020 to 2023. To be honest, I have a hard time seeing us breaking even 22K on side ring. What's going on in the world? Based on what's going on in the world. But anything is possible, I guess. Yeah, anything. But shoot, with what's going on in the world right now and the way crypto is, especially Bitcoin, has been somewhat colligated in harmony with the S&P 500. Well, from what I'm seeing with the S&P 500 with the indicators at the moment, it's looking rough for the S&P 500. So it may still be rough, yet more roughness to come yet for Bitcoin and altcoins. But do we know that for certain yet? No. In my opinion, we still probably need at least up to another 9 days before we start getting a better idea. Before we start getting a better idea for Bitcoin on where we are in the schematic. Are we still in distribution? Could we be in accumulation? This is the 3-day time frame. In my opinion, we need 3 more 3-day candles after this current 3-day candle, probably before we even, as far as the schematic goes, to determine whether or not we're still in distribution or could we be in accumulation. If we just keep going sideways, y'all, and we don't establish a higher high than this previous high, we may not be in accumulation. We may still be in distribution, and everything ends up falling together with the S&P 500, everything else, after the election. Could it begin falling before the election? Sure. And other black swan events occur before the election? Sure. In an effort to stop the election? Sure. Yeah, we're getting close to crunch time, though. That's for sure. Because if the market doesn't crash, the S&P 500 doesn't crash before the election, in my opinion, it most certainly will after the election. At least from the way the indicators are looking at present. But I don't want to use the phrase most certainly will. That's as if making a flat statement. But I'm telling you, right, those indicators look nasty right now for S&P 500. And just from the way Bitcoin has been colligated with S&P 500, I would be kind of cautious at the moment, assuming that Bitcoin has finished its distribution and we've now been in accumulation, waiting for a sign of strength event. Be careful. Be careful assuming that. Don't make a flat statement saying we're in accumulation right now. You don't know that. You don't know that right now. If anybody claims to know that, I'm sorry. They don't know that. They don't. I don't even know that yet. If they want to claim they know and say they're 100% certain that we are in accumulation, get them to explain their certainty to see if their explanation actually supports their certainty. You know, prove it to me. That's the way I am. Prove it to me. Or at least mostly convince me. Somehow, somewhere or another. Because if you can't at least pretty good convince me, that looks pretty, if you can't convince me at least somewhat, no. Some people are chartist. Well, most people are chartist, not analyst, in my opinion. Most people on TradingView are chartist, not analyst. I'm not saying that to be disrespectful. I'm not saying that to be disrespectful at all. We were looking at the 30-minute, remember, for closing our long. Why the 30-minute? Because the K line in the 2-hour went above 80. Well, now, at least according to my script, now the 2-hour K line is not above, well, now it is. Now it's at 80. Now 80.1. I did see it at 79 point something. Well, when that happens, at least with my script, it would switch. Instead of 2-hour, 120-minute, excuse me, let me change that back to 2-hour. And the 105 was not, K-line was not above. It would be using the requirement for the 90-minute. Because the K-line is still above level 80 in the 90-minute. Cut that in half, 45. Cut that in half to 20. Well, let's go to 20. Where it would have ended up closing the trade. Maybe. I don't know if that little bitty wick that we see below this body of the candle at the moment, I don't know if that little bitty wick would have sent it down to 0.79. Just below 80. I don't know. we're going to sit here and watch it and see. But when that 2 hour K line is at above 80, right now it is, then we're not using the 20 minute to close that long. We're using the 30 minute to close that long. Yeah, that would have been close, because we would have had to been watching that to see if that little bitty wick below the bottom of the candle, I don't know if that would have sent this below 80 or not. I don't know. Because if that little bitty wick right there is possible, well, I'm quite certain that the K line in the 2 hour was less than 80, which means we no longer use the 30 minute to close the trade. The 90 minute at that time, the K line would be the highest one, where you end up using the 20 minute to close the trade. Technically 22.5 minutes. Let's change this 20 to 22 minutes, which is kind of close to 22.5. And the ARI has not fallen below 20 yet. It has not yet. Now it just did. Now it just did. In the 22 minute, which means it likely did in the 20 minute. Yes, it did. And the K line here, see, is at 78.8 in the 2 hour, so you wouldn't have used the 30 minute, 90 minute, so now you would have used the 20 minute. This would have been closed just a hair higher than what it is right now. Again, you want to keep your losses small, your gains large. And I'm going to make that magenta. Why magenta? Because that's a loss. It's not a gain. It's going, if I had opened a short here going down, it would have been a gain. I would have made it green. But we opened a long here and it went down. Well, that's a loss. So I have that in magenta. I have that in magenta color. 0.12%. That's with no leverage. No leverage. 0.12%. If you had 5x leverage, now you're looking at about 0.6% loss. 0.6% loss at 5x leverage. At 10x leverage, now you're looking at 1.2% loss. So again, the way I've designed this system, I tried to design it in a way where if we do have a loss, we try to keep those at a minimum. Closing our trades pretty good at keeping our losses small, while also giving ourselves the opportunity, having ourselves in the game, we're taking a risk for gain. But again, the script only knows when to open and close a trade. The script, because of limitations that TradingView has for Pine script, it's impossible for me to get an idea, for the script to have an idea of where we could be going, what's the ceiling of resistance based on what we see in other time frames, etc., etc. So, technically, I could look at it myself if I was not using a script and decide based on what I'm seeing in other time frames, what's the ceiling of resistance in other time frames. Gosh, we're already near that ceiling of resistance here. I don't think I want to open this long here, seeing how we're already near that. Other things to evaluate and all that. I'm not doing. I can't program that script with Pine script to do that, especially with the limitations TradingView has put on us with Pine script, with security calls and all that. If you wanted to do all that right now, it'd have to be with Python. It would have to be with Python, and you'd have to do have some pretty fancy graphics cards, which I do. I have 3 graphics cards, NVIDIA RTX A6000s, each with 48 gigabyte That's more than the new 4090 with 24 gigabyte or the old 3090 with 24 gigabyte. They have 48 gigabyte piece. They're excellent for learning AI, but that's in the future as far as that. At least it was important to me that when designing a script, knowing the limitations that are put on me with the Pine script version that TradingView offers to us, the limitations, even with the limitation on 40 security calls and all that, it was important to me to make sure that if we did have a loss, I tried to design the system in a way where there is little loss as possible. I want to keep my losses small while also giving myself an opportunity, as far as when would be the best time to take a risk, to have myself in the game to actually potentially have a gain, a positive gain in a trade, and that gain be large, hopefully. Yeah, but right now, y'all, I kind of see still kind of sideways at best here for a little bit. Right now, we would have closed that long position. If you were doing this manually, you would have a separate chart with 6 to 8. I'm going to say a separate window. Separate windows. One window with 6 to 8 charts. This one has 8. But one window with 6 to 8 charts where you're looking at different time frames for when's the best, what time frame to use to open a long. You call that your open long chart. You create another one for close long chart. You create another one, open short chart. Create another one that has 6 to 8 time frames on it. It's close short chart, where you have, and you're occasionally changing the time frames in those charts that you have to see which is the highest time frame in which the K line is above level 80, which is the highest time frame where the K line is below level 80. It's good to know all that ahead of time so that if you opened a long based on the highest time frame of the K line below level 20, and you open a long in the proper time frames, you need to be prepared ahead of time so that when you do open that long, which time frame is it that I'm going to use immediately after opening that long to prepare to close that long in case it turns against me. In that case, which is the highest time frame where the K line is above level 80 to close a long. To open a long, which is the highest time frame where the K line is below 20. Yeah, I'll be monitoring a few, but I won't be monitoring them all, y'all. Yeah, you're right. So, yes, it is important that you also know how to do this yourself manually. Because some of you may use my methods for trading equities, stocks, maybe some indexes, maybe some commodities, maybe even Forex, I don't know. So after closing that long, what time frames would be used to open a long again? Well, again, what's the highest time frame in which your K line is below level 20? I'd be willing to bet it's still the 22-hour time frame. 22-hour time frame. K line is still below level 20. We half that to 11-hour. Where I need the green rising and rising above 20, and we got that. We don't have a requirement for the ARI in the 11 hours, but we do in the 330 minute, which is 5.5 hours, which is half of 11 hours. We need the ARI above rising and rising above level 20. We don't have that at present. We don't have that at present in the 330 minute, 165 minute. All the conditions are there, so the 165 is not holding us back. It's the 330 minute that's holding us back at the moment. But let's also look at the 80 minute. The green is not rising, it's falling. It needs to be rising. The ARI is rising, but the green's not rising. That's the 80 minute. And then the lowest time frame, the 40 minute, we need the green rising. It's not, it's falling. And we need the ARI rising. It's not, it's falling. So as far as opening a long position, you did not like close this one, then immediately, shortly, a few minutes afterwards, open a long, because of what we're seeing in all 5 time frames that would have been chosen that we would use to open a long. The conditions are not met in all 5 of those time frames to open a long position. You have not opened a long yet. Well, have you opened a short yet? Well, what's the highest time frame in which the K line is above level 80 for scalping? For scalping. Well, the highest time frame we use for scalping is the 2-day time frame. That's right here. Is the K line above level 80? No. What about the 24 hour? No. What about the 12 hour? No. The K line, yellow K line, is not above level 80 in the 12 hour. Let's cut that in half to 6 hour. No. 5 hour? No. 4 hour? No. Well, now we're about to go too low. Now we're about to go too low. If the 8 hour up to the 2-day time frame, from the 8 hour all the way up to the 2-day time frame, those time frames, 8 hour, 9 hour, 10 hour, 11 hour, 12 hour, 14 hour, 16 hour, 18 hour, 20 hour, 22 hour, 24 hour, and then the 2-day. None of them had the K line above level 80. Since none of them did, now we use the default set of time frames to determine when to open a short position. For me, that is the 4 hour where I need the green falling. Let's go to the short term group. The 4 hour, we need the green falling. We do not have that. Green's not falling. It needs to be falling in less than 80 when falling. It's less than 80, but it's rising. It's not falling. We also need the ARI falling in less than 80 when falling. Well, we got that, but we don't have the green falling in the 4 hour. Then the 2 hour. We need the green falling in less than 80 when falling, and we need the ARI falling in less than 80 when falling. Well, we don't have that. And then cut the 2 hour in half to the 1 hour, where we need the green falling less than 80 when falling. Well, we got that. The red's less than 90. We got that. Is the ARI falling in less than 80 when falling? No. Right, so we haven't opened a short yet. Either we haven't opened a long yet, we haven't opened a short yet. We've recently closed a long, but as far as do we have another long open, or have we opened a short yet? No. No, conditions have not been met yet. All right, but yes, I will be soon creating educational videos on all of this. Basically for my scripts, letting you know the time frames used in the high time frame script, the time frames used in the low time frame swing trading, the time frames used in the high time frame swing trading script that I plan to create eventually as well. You'll know all the time frames used for whatever type trading, and then be able to use those time frames with my system of conditions to know when to open a short, close a short, when to open a long, close a long. I need to put all that in educational lessons. Again, we already have 23 educational lessons, but there are more on the way soon. We're not done yet. And that's also going to be another reason why the subscription price will be going up
again soon. Not yet, but soon, because that's not until after signals are being provided, at least manually, and we have educational videos on those signals that I will begin providing manually. Well, when I do that and begin providing manually, subscription price is going up from $150 to $200 every 3 months. But then, once the signals are automated, it's going from $200 to $250 every month. Then I add more signals. Not signals. I add more educational videos. That's going to increase it even more every 3 months.
Yeah, right now we would not have a long open. We would not have a short open. Not yet. It's still kind of ranging sideways at the moment. ARI is rising, green's falling in that 3-day. Is the white upper in the 2-day going to hold support? Well, if the next 2-day candle, that red ends up falling down below white level 70 and the green keeps falling and the ARI is falling below 80, no, it's not holding. We won't keep ranging above this white upper B band, where white upper B band held support, white upper B band held support, trying to go up again. Will the green turn up again the next 2-day candle, 1 day 18 hours from now? Well, we need the green to turn up in the 24-hour. Let's make this 12-hour. And we need the ARI and green to begin coming up in the 12-hour and the 24-hour. Well, is it going to come up in the 12-hour? Well, have a look at the 6-hour. It might try to come up, but with that red below white level 30, we're going to have a hard time going up from the white lower B band and closing above the white lower B band. Going up with that red below white level 30, synonymous with the white lower B band. Again, that's the 6-hour. The 3-hour. Green's not falling yet. Change that back to the 12-hour, because this here is the near-term group. The next 3.5 days are critical. Two 2.5 days remaining in that 3-day candle. So all of the remaining 3-day candle, 2.5 days, and the first day of the next 3-day candle, they're going to be critical to let us know what's going to go on here in the 2-day, the 24-hour, the 12-hour, the 6-hour. Those time frames are really going to lay the foundation on what may play out the next week, 2 weeks, or 3 weeks even. Right now, this 24-hour candle, you see how the price is rising, but the green ARI and all is falling at the moment. That's because of what's going on in lower time frames at the moment. The red looks like it in this 12-hour. The next 12-hour candle might begin to fall below white level 30, suggesting we can fall down below the white lower B band that's currently rising. The red's below yellow level 50. The next 12-hour candle, will the blue be below level 50? Maybe on the verge of it. Why am I bringing that up? Because if both the red and blue go below yellow level 50, that can create cause for expansion and the price to go down with expansion. Not that it has to expand, but the price action can at least go down. It can create cause for the price action to at least go down, but it has an opportunity to go down substantially, with expansion. even in that 3-day, yellow B-band basis at 19,762. Is this red line ready to fall down below yellow level 50 to justify falling down below the yellow B-band basis towards the white lower B-band? We don't quite have that yet in the 3-day. So 19,760 is pretty good support. The basis is pretty good support right now in the 3-day, because this red line is not ready to fall down below yellow level 50 to justify going down below the yellow B-band basis without overextending down. If it was just to move organically down slowly over time, that's because the red line would take a little time before finally falling below yellow level 50 before the price action can then organically fall down from the yellow B-band basis. But sometimes all of a sudden you do have an overextension. This here was an overextension up. You see how this green candle, we closed above the white lower B-band. We closed right here in the 3-day time frame. Look where the red line was at that time. It was nowhere near closing above white level 30. Yet we closed above the white lower B-band. The next 3-day candle is still up, and the red still not above white level 30. That's why immediately, bam, came down for several reasons. One, when that energy starts turning down, if that red's not above yellow level 50, the price action is going to begin coming down. The very moment that energy is coming down, the price action is coming down, because that red's not above yellow level 50. That's one reason why it's coming down. The second reason why I just explained that, we did not have the red line up here near yellow level 50 to justify the price staying around the yellow B-band. The red was still below white level 30, which is why the price then came down below white lower B-band in one 3-day candle. One 3-day candle, wham, came right back down. All right, so sometimes you do have overextension up or overextension down. Overextension basically implies that the price did not move organically, which usually takes a bit more time. So whenever I say it looks like it would be a while before the red line in this 3-day could go below yellow level 50 to justify falling down from the yellow B-band basis to the white lower B-band, that's if it falls organically. It's possible, yes, it's possible that it could fall in a manner that's not organically. It ends up overextending down, falling down to the white aqua lower, but the red line is nowhere down here at the white aqua lower to justify the price action staying down at the white aqua lower. But that's other stuff that I also cover in lessons. I may create more lessons too on that. Red line, the price mean, overextension, moving organically, not moving organically, but overextending, whether it's overextension up, overextension down. I think I'm going to call it quits, y'all. I've been on this stream quite a while. I wanted to focus more on education this stream, incorporated with price action, and main reason I focused on education this time because really there's nothing quite clear just yet as far as a near-term analysis. I'm not giving scalping analysis, telling you when to open a scalp. Yes, I mentioned how you would open a scalp, short or scalp long, but as far as providing y'all a signal, say, yeah, I want you to short here, I want you to long here, or close that short, or close that long, whatever. No, I'm not here to do that. I'm on YouTube here just providing education on how to fish so that you can be fishers.
instead of me fishing for you.
But yet we will probably need to wait until after the first day is completed in the next 3-day candle before we kind of get any kind of decent halfway idea if we might still be in distribution or are we potentially in accumulation. We might have to wait a little over 9 days before we get that. I'm thinking about 3 to 9 days it may take before we get more information as far as knowing that. Are we done with distribution and in accumulation, or are we still in distribution? Technically, we can't say yet. We don't know yet. We don't know what we don't know until we know it. I'm kind of leaning that we're still in distribution. That's me, especially S&P 500. Legacy assets, commodities, indexes, stocks, especially those. We are on the brink of a major sign of weakness, in my opinion. But for cryptos, it's kind of hard to say if they're still going to maintain their collocation, their harmony with the S&P 500 or not. Will they eventually separate and cryptos begin to rise even though all the other markets, legacy markets, are falling? Will it be too late then? What do I mean by that? As far as will it be too late then? Well, if all the markets have collapsed like they were starting to do in 2008, Lehman Brothers, remember when the banks were bailed out? They won't be bailing out banks again. They'll let them fail. Why? They want their great reset. They want them to fail. They want everybody to lose their money. Well, also exchanges. Whenever we send money to exchanges, when we send fiat, I'm not talking about crypto, I'm talking about fiat. When people send fiat to exchanges, whether it be Coinbase, Gemini, Binance, Bitstamp, whatever, when they send fiat to those exchanges have a bank where they have those deposits made. If that bank fails due to markets failing, including the financials on the stock market failing, those banks fail. I'm telling you, everybody on each exchange, that includes crypto exchanges, you're going to take a hit. You're going to take a hit. So it's starting to get down to crunch time where we need to be careful on how much of our capital or equity we leave on an exchange and how much of our capital or equity that we even leave in a bank. We need to seriously be thinking about having physical gold, physical silver, or cryptos in a hardware wallet off exchange. Seriously. We need to be thinking about it. And having some cash on hand, because when the banks fail, if there's also a failure of power, electricity for whatever reason, can't use your debit card or credit card, only cash. Well, if your bank failed completely, you can't even use your debit card or your credit card if your credit card's done with that bank or whatever. You need cash. If you need gasoline because they may not accept crypto, that gas station may not accept crypto. But it's starting to, in my opinion, we're starting to get near crunch time. We're starting to get near crunch time where we need to seriously begin to, if we have a lot of equity capital on an exchange or in a bank, need to start thinking about moving it. If you have a lot on there, a large percentage of your equity or capital is on an exchange or in a bank, you need to seriously think about moving it. That's my opinion. That's my opinion. You can take it for what it's worth, but that's my opinion. But I'm going to go and call it the night. I know this was mostly educational. rather than really provide an analysis. But that was really part of the main reason why I did this, was for education and not necessarily for analysis, to tell you what to do, where and when. I want to show you how to do what you should do, where and when. Alright, but we're going to go and call this quits. Thanks everybody for having joined this stream. If you don't mind clicking like, I appreciate it. If you haven't subscribed, want to do so to get a notification for the next time I do a live stream, go and click that subscribe thing and the bell icon to get that notification. But we're going to go and call this quits now. And as always, you know the drill. Let's stay awesome. I'm going to go and tell everybody to stay awesome here in the chat too. Alright, we're going to call it quits now. Thanks again for joining, and we're going to shut down the stream in 3, 2, 1, shut down the stream.